Do you think you're better off alone?
You wanna? This is for the early birds. This is for the real ones that got here for the starting soon screen. You want a little secret, a little mood hack for you? You find yourself walking around your house, your apartment, the office, whatever. Hum a little tune to yourself. A little mood boost. Just a little mood hack for you. Whenever you're just going around doing your business. Make it just a little bit musical. That's my tip. That's the tip. Hello, everybody. It's Saturday. It's Saturday, and we're supposed to get some snow here soon. Let's take a look at this. Uh-oh. Major winter storm, huh? Ooh.
An Arctic blast is headed out of the plains and the Great Lakes into the southern plains, the southeast, and the eastern United States. It is going to be hard to see temperatures above freezing for a while. Check out these wind chills.
I'm here in Kansas City. I'm gonna be at 3. I'm gonna be at 3. Ah. We're gonna be colder than Pittsburgh, and we're gonna be colder than Chicago. Minneapolis is always gonna be colder than us. You know, I've been to Minneapolis. It's a great city. One of the things I find interesting is when you go to cities that have winters, you know, there's just differences in the architecture, the layout, the infrastructure. You know, I find that kind of stuff interesting. When you go to LA and it's like warm year round, everything's just kind of like cobbled together. But when you go to a place that actually does get cold, things are a bit more sturdy. But the roads are terrible. The roads in cold places are terrible because it makes more potholes and bumps and stuff in the road. All of that snow, all of that, you know, you gotta like like scrape off the roads and stuff. You gotta salt the roads a bunch. It's terrible for the roads. So the roads in Minneapolis and Minnesota suck. They're so like it's really hard to keep the roads nice when things get that cold. LA enters a state of emergency during a mild downpour. When I went to LA and it rained once, and all it did was make everything dirty. The rain fell, but it wasn't enough rain, so all it did was kick up all of the dirt that was on the ground, and everything was just covered in this layer of grime. It was so gross. It was so gross. God, I hate LA. It's so nasty. LA is so gross. It's like, sure, the weather's nice, but it smells like pee. Are you willing to pay that price? Are you willing to pay that price? Because if you want to live in the areas that don't smell like pee, you're going to have to pay a lot of money. You're still going to be paying a lot of money to live in the places that smell like pee, but you're living in, you know, perpetual 75-degree weather, which most people find enjoyable. It's because that's about the temperature of your skin. The temperature of your skin is right around like 73 degrees. So that's why that temperature for so many people feels like, oh yeah, that's perfect. It's skin temp. Anything warmer or colder than that, you feel it. Some people like it. Some people like it to be a little warmer. Some people like it to be a little colder. I like living in the Midwest because we get full winter, we get summer, we get spring for a couple weeks, we get fall for a month. But when you live in the Midwest, you get to see it all. You get to see the winters, you get to see the summers. I kid you not, we will have weeks where it's like there will be below freezing temps one day, and then a few days later it'll be like 60, 70 degrees. That's another thing about living in the Midwest is the temperature can fluctuate very rapidly. It can go from 80 to 20 in a day. What is the Celsius? We're at 3, so that would be... God, that would be like minus... Maybe like minus 5 Celsius. No, it's minus 16 Celsius. 3 Fahrenheit is negative 16 Celsius. Converting to Celsius gets really weird when things start going into the negatives because negative 40 Fahrenheit and negative 40 Celsius are the same temperature. That's where they meet. And so then if you go back up to like negative 10, now you're at negative 23 Celsius. So Minneapolis, it's going to be negative 1. That's negative 18 Celsius. Meanwhile, 3, negative 16 Celsius. Yeah, the conversion from Fahrenheit to Celsius is weird because it like it's like, it's not just an even like, you can just like do the math. It's like, no, you kind of have to like sit down and convert it. It's kind of annoying. Like Celsius degrees just tend to get bigger. They're like 1 degree Celsius is a much bigger shift. Which personally, I don't really mind because like 70 Fahrenheit is 21 C. Meanwhile, 80 Fahrenheit, 26 C. It's like... So instead of 10, it's 6. Or 5.5. I've given up on trying to like mentally be able to calculate that because it's just like it's not gonna happen. But I know that 0 Fahrenheit would be -17. 32 is 0. Yeah, Fahrenheit is for humans, Celsius is for water. Yeah. Fahrenheit is for American humans. Now here's the thing. For scientific purposes, Celsius is fine. Kelvin, even better. For humans, I prefer Fahrenheit. If you're water, Celsius is the way to go. Now, don't get me wrong, the metric system is superior to the imperial system, which is just random and convoluted. I'm fine with the metric system. The metric system is much better designed. But Celsius temperatures, I don't think you're going to sell me on those. Because on some days, it's like there's a big noticeable difference in just 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Like that can make or break the temperature of your thermostat. It's like the difference between it being 68 and 70 in your house is definitely noticeable. The difference between 70 and 72 is definitely noticeable. You don't really get that degree of nuance with Celsius. You just double and add 40, unless it's -40, in which case they're both the same. Space Coast to Coast live stream. You know, I was Space Coast inspired when I put these graphics together. When I was a little kid, Space Ghost used to be on late night, and I'd go over to my grandparents' house and they'd let me stay up late and watch TV. So I'd be up watching Space Ghost. I'm like, the kid, I'm just like, huh. I just thought it was so funny. A lot of it went over my head though, you know, because I was a child. But it definitely influenced my graphical choices for this show. It's somewhere in between Space Ghost, Coast to Coast, and Beavis and Butthead. Those were my 2 big inspirations. Thanks for the follows. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Got some new people dropping in. Welcome to the Brain Domain. I'm Papa B. I'm here taking questions today. We've got an anonymous question drop box. You can do !Q, or there is a link pinned to the top of the chat. We're taking questions today. That's what we like to do on the weekends. Casey was shouting me out. Isn't she so sweet? Isn't she so sweet? She always has such nice things to say about me. I wouldn't be nearly the streamer I was if not for Casey. Casey knows so much about, the art of streaming. It's not really easy to just pick up and start doing, So yeah, her guidance and knowledge has been invaluable. That and just the viewer crossover too. Like, one of the hardest things about streaming is getting people to watch you. There's just so much out there to watch. Hi, babe. So there's a lot of talented people that are just, only getting a small handful of viewers. Not because they're not good at streaming, but just because it's hard to make it. Unless you're going to do something that really sets you apart. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do something that sets me apart from other streamers. Try to be productive. Trying to help people. We got some questions coming in. I'm going to get to those here in just a moment. But first things first, how are you feeling today? All right, I sound a little tired. Oh, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm getting ready for the snowstorm. We're getting a snowstorm tonight. I want to check what's the current projected amount of snow we're supposed to get. There's a major winter storm coming in. It's supposed to start snowing here in the next 2 hours. We went to Walmart last night to just get a couple things, just we didn't need to grocery shop. We didn't wait till the last minute to get all our groceries. We just wanted to go get coffee. We wanted to get a sled because it's gonna snow. We wanted to get a few things. And I have never seen Walmart more picked over. There were so many things that they were out of. They were out of lunch meat. They were out of a bunch of dairy products. They were out of ground beef. I got one of the last things of ground beef they had because we were gonna make a lasagna and I needed to get some ground beef, some sausage. And wow, Walmart was wild last night. We were actually live streaming it while we were here, or while we were there, and you got to see firsthand that pre-snowstorm panic that sets in, and people are like, well, gotta go to the store, gotta go get a bunch of stuff. Is there any limit to what I can say in the question box? As long as it doesn't go against the Twitch terms of service. But no, people talk about all sorts of stuff in there. And normally what I'll do is I look at them ahead of time before I put them on stream, just in case there is something I shouldn't show on stream. Pretty sure I have PTSD from the winter storm we had in Texas that took our power out for weeks years ago. you know, you're not alone in that. I know other people that lived in Texas and lived through that, and it's like, yeah, it's like living in Texas is stressful during the summer and the winter because it's like, well, what if the power grid shuts down again? Like, what if we go for weeks without? There was a time when that happened, but not for that long. It was about a week, I would say, that we were out of power. We had a massive ice storm. I was a kid. I was in middle school. And we got like a week off of school because everything was just caked with this like thick layer of ice. We got like 2 inches of ice. It was just covering everything. And everything just shut down. That was a wild time. What we ended up having to do was like crawl our way over to a family friend who still had power so that we could just like have some heat. Then we all ate soup. It was a pretty good time. I have fond memories of the weather storm here. But what happened in Texas, where you guys were shut down for weeks, it's like a couple days, it's tough, but that's doable. You know, a week, that's pushing it. Like most people would start to run out of stuff. You know, even if you're getting creative and clearing out the pantry, you know, most people, unless you've got some stuff stashed away. But weeks? That's tough. Unless you intentionally prepare to be weeks without, that's tough. You know, that might be one of those times when having a survival meal bucket around would come in handy. My aunt gave me one. She got one from a coworker. My aunt was like, I have a conspiracy theorist prepper coworker, and they gave me one of these emergency food buckets, like the ones you get at Costco, which are actually a pretty good deal, by the way. It's like, they had them on sale for like $48 for this big bucket of like freeze-dried food. So something like that would definitely come in handy if the power was out for weeks. You know, some people, they take it a little overboard and they have like dozens of like food prep things stored up. They have an entire pantry just full to the brim of canned goods. It's like they're ready for the long haul. I like to have enough stuff to last like a week in a pinch, you know? Yeah, the Texas power grid not being connected to the rest of the United States. It's a very Texas thing to do. And it has come with some challenges, you know? We still elected the same guys. How you all keep electing Ted Cruz is beyond me. But then again, I live in the state where we elected Josh Hawley, so I can't really complain. Like, I'm like, I don't know how we elected that guy. My parents still have your parents have a 10-year-old survival bucket, you know? Throw that shit out on a tray. Do a taste test review. Like, all right, I'm eating my parents' old survival meal. There are YouTube channels that are just entirely dedicated to eating old survival food. That's the kind of stuff that, you know. Like, honestly, rice and beans is good. You could go months on rice and beans. Get some dried beans, some dried lentils, and some dried rice, and you're good to go. As long as your spice cabinet is well stocked, you can survive on that for a long time. There are people that survive by eating that every day already. You get dried beans, dried rice, you know, some dried legumes. You could go months with that. Like maybe you need to take a vitamin or two. Oh yeah, rice and beans, that's like... Whenever I was in college and I was broke, that's when I really started learning how to cook. Like, I knew how to cook before that, like, I knew the basics, but like, it was in college where I was like, I have to start buying food for myself, and I want food that tastes good, but I don't have much money because I'm in college. So I was making like slow cooked pork shoulders. I was making like rice and beans. You know, I was working those seasonings. It looks like, okay, so it says we're gonna get approximately 14 inches in the next 48 hours, which for some of you snow people, that seems like rookie numbers, but I feel like a foot of snow anywhere is still worth considering. It says it's supposed to be starting here soon. Oh, we're gonna get some freezing rain. Okay, yeah, that's the bad one. Just snow, that's fine, but when you start getting the freezing rain, that's one thing. Oh, and then we're gonna get a bunch of snow on top of it. Okay, good. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking shit show here for a few days. It's gonna be a real pain in the ass. We're getting freezing rain and then snow on top of the freezing rain. That's the worst thing that you could get. That's the worst one. Awesome. So, you know, we've got some groceries. We've got food stashed up. I mean, just a normal amount of food. And then I've got that one survival bucket, just in case. Winter storm warning. It's snowing right now. Let me look out the window. I don't know if it's starting yet. Do you think everyone deserves another chance, or at least deserves the effort of always giving them another chance? When it comes to giving people another chance, that's one of the things that I don't mind, like, leaving open. I'm like, maybe you don't deserve a new chance from me right now, but eventually, you know, maybe we'll get there. Like, if you show for long enough that you're committed to the changes that you need to make to find a place in my life, sure. You know, who knows what things will be like in 5 years, 10 years. We could be completely different people. So, not wanting to give someone another chance right now doesn't mean that you might not want to give them a chance later. Unless that's necessary. Like, sometimes it's necessary to just be like, this is somebody I never want to see again. That's fine. What if they really want to try everything, but they cannot get themselves to succeed? Then they gotta keep trying. You gotta look back and say, like, okay, what worked? What didn't work? What do I need to change for next time? If I'm just trying the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result, I'm not really gonna get very far. I gotta look back and be like, okay, what did I do wrong? What do I need to change? So that I don't get hung up on that next time. But if somebody is continuously insisting another chance from you, that's uncomfortable. That's a boundary violation. Like, if you aren't ready to give somebody another chance, but they continue to insist that you need to give them another chance, this is one of the things that they need to work on, clearly, is not respecting your boundaries. Not knowing how to take no for an answer. That is something that they need to be working on, so maybe point that out to them. Like, here's the thing. I will give you another chance when I feel comfortable giving you another chance. That might take a little while. You need to earn back my trust. If you're really committed to getting another chance, then continue to work for it. I was kind of referring to myself there. Okay. Well, when it comes to you, it's like, it's a little bit different when it comes to you. Because unlike in dealing with other people, you are stuck with you. You're only going to be with you your entire life. So when it comes to giving yourself another chance, it's essential. You have no choice but to do it. Otherwise, you're quitting. Otherwise, you're just washing out. You gotta keep trying. Give other people limited chances. Give yourself infinite chances. Because you can choose whether or not to have other people in your life. You cannot choose whether or not to have you in your life. You are always going to be dealing with you. So you gotta give yourself infinite chances. No matter if I work my hardest on myself or with other people, I always seem to fail. You don't have to share this with me if you don't want to, but I would encourage you to reflect on what went wrong. What were the failures? What do we need to change for next time? Because it's something that's you're going to want to continue to try to do. And so you might fail. You might fail again. You might fail 5 more times. But once you succeed, all of those failures are worth it. But you have to keep trying until you get there. You will get there if you continue to work on it. So what can you learn from what went wrong? That is what you need to be thinking about. That's the point you're at right now. But this is a good thing. This is a progress point. Reflecting on the things that you have done wrong so that you can change yourself is a tremendous place to be. Not very many people get there. A lot of people just like to stay oblivious. They say, I am what I am, take me as I, if you don't like me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, just very, outward thinking, very, not a lot of self-awareness. But you have a lot of self-awareness, and that is a tremendous strength. So believe it or not, you're actually at a pretty good point right now. I'm often not told. In relationships, I get cheated on or just told they lost feelings. In friendships, they slowly fade away. In family, they all see me as a failure that can't succeed at neither big nor small tasks. All right, well, which one of those do you want to start with? I left my ex because he was so attached to I am what I am. Isn't that just such a frustrating mindset to deal with? It's like, no. You are who you are right now. Sure, that is true, but you are a person that continuously changes over time. You aren't the same person you were yesterday. You will be a new person tomorrow. The relationship that I would encourage you to focus on, Ashitaru, the relationship I would encourage you to focus on is your relationship with yourself. What I would encourage you to do to start this process of really just like looking through things and figuring out where we need to make improvements, areas of growth. Look at your story as if this is your best friend's story. Imagine your best friend comes to you and they tell you everything that happened to them in their life. And guess what? It's everything that happened to you. What would you have that best friend do? Somebody you really care about. I think you're at the point where it's like you need to take a step back from all of the things you're dealing with so you can get a sense of the bigger picture and you can figure out what it is I really need to start working on. I wouldn't talk to them, but I'd feel really bad for them. Why wouldn't you talk to them? If this is your best friend, what would you say to them to make them feel better? They're your best friend. They need to hear from you right now. And if you can't figure out what to say, maybe that's what you ought to work on first. All right, now say it to you. Say it to you. Say it out loud to yourself. Just really etch it in. Don't just think it. Acknowledge it. State it. Bring it into reality. Alrighty, Kath. I'll see you in the question box. But no, you're fine talking in chat. That's what, like, people talk in chat all the time. People talk in chat all the time. The question box is just there for, anonymity, or maybe there's a question that you like, it's more written out and you don't want to just put it in chat. Normally chat is like, if we got some short talking points, some short questions, that's totally fine. Does anyone have the clip of me doing the Wendy AI? The Wendy AI. Casey has a Wendy Williams AI on her stream, and it has a pretty formulaic way of talking about things, and I've gotten pretty good at the formula. All right, let's hop on into the question box. When you went to university, oh, European spotted. European spotted. You don't really see any Americans that say you went to university. Is university and college the same? Yeah, it's the same thing, but we normally say college in the United States. Australian. You guys are in the middle of summer right now. It's wild to think about. Living in the southern hemisphere. Good day, mate. I follow, I get some like Australian content creators, and there's these YouTubers that make like comedy sketches from Australia. And one of the things they'll always say, "Fuck me!" It cracks me up every time, just that Australian accent. Fuck me! It's so fun to say. Fuck me! Fucking hell, mate!
Alright, that'll take the piss out you.
I love an Australian accent. I love an Australian accent. Nar. Oh, nar. Kiwis are, oh yeah, there's a food YouTuber that I watch from New Zealand. He's a fun guy. Australians, they've got such a great sense of humor.
You better get your ass back here.
Oh god, I love the Australian accent. I always want to go to Australia. Always wanted to go to Australia. When you went to university, did you have a hard time picking what you wanted to study, or did you know you wanted to study psychology and major in it? I decided to study psychology. I think it was in my second year in my undergrad. You don't really have to decide right away. You can just start taking general classes, or you could even go to like a community college for the first 2 years and then go to a state school or something for the last 2 years of an undergrad. That's what I did. Don't you apply for programs? I don't know if I had to apply for a program. I had to apply for my master's program. That I did have to apply to. Whenever I got my master's degree, I had to apply to that one. But for an undergrad, it's like anybody can declare a major. That's what we do here, is like, I am declaring my major. I took, in high school, actually, they offered a psychology class, and they had an advanced psychology class. It was a weighted course. I took that one, and I loved it. Also, my mom studied psychology in school, so... but no, I've been obsessed with the human brain ever since I found out that I had one. What really got me started on all this was I saw a documentary on Tibetan monks when I was about 7 or 8 years old, and it really just changed my entire trajectory for my life. They were like, these are some of the superhuman abilities of experienced meditators. I was like, oh shit. That guy learned how to make his heat with his hands. I look like a wise lumberjack. Thank you. Thank you. I like the wise lumberjack aesthetic. Like if you encountered me in the woods, you would be okay with like me in the woods rather than the bear in the woods. Like if you're gonna be the guy in the woods and the woman has to pick between the bear and the man, you want to be the friendly lumberjack, all right? Did you ever see the guy who pushed pencils through benches? He could zap people with body energy for acupressure. Oh yeah, some of the stuff that like these Olympic level like meditators and like monks can do, they can do some really wild stuff, like a handstand on one finger. Heating paper to set it on fire. Just like superhuman stuff. Of course, it takes you 40 years to learn how to do it, but it is possible to learn how to do. And I really appreciate their commitment to learning how to control their body to that degree. Studying for business in community college. You know, the thing about community college is that it's great to just get all your general education classes out of the way. That's what I did. Saved a bunch of money. I did a program in high school where I volunteered. I volunteered to tutor. And if I got enough hours, then they would pay for my first 2 years of community college. I was like, hell yeah, brother. So I did that. I got to tutor a class of 4th graders. It was actually a lot of fun. Like, as far as kids go, like 4th grade's, that's a fun age. You know, they're old enough to like have a conversation about topics with you. They're old enough to go go-karting. You know, once they get into like middle school, that's when, you know, they become teenagers and they start to get moody and stinky. But like 4th, 5th grade, that's like peak age for like having a little brother or like a little cousin or something. You know, they're a lot of fun at that age. They want to like go out and, you know, they're just really like they're full of energy and they're always excited and they're like really hyped up about whatever they're into. You know, it's a fun age. I have a little cousin. My uncle had a son a few years ago and he just turned 5. And whenever I see him at like the family get-togethers, he always gets so excited because he's such a fun little kid. But the thing about kids is I'm fine with not having kids. I'm fine with hanging out with other people's kids on the instances where I do see them, but I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Like, maybe I'll take you to the zoo. You know, maybe we could be like, hey, you want to go to the zoo? You know, but as far as like having a kid at home, that sounds terrible. That's that sounds yeah. Nah, I'm good. Alrighty. Question number 2. I got into a relationship with an ex I don't even like. You know, sometimes being with somebody that you don't like is better than being alone. You know, and sometimes it feels that way, you know, sometimes, especially if like, you know, you're younger and like you might not be making as much money and it's like you kind of need to be living with somebody else and it's like, well, I don't really want a roommate. I would kind of rather just live with like a partner and then that way it's, you know, a little bit, you know what I mean? It's like, I think they have a word for that. I think they call it a situationship. Am I using that word correctly? That's what it would sound like to me. It's just like, we're together because of the situation that we're in. We're not especially fond of each other, but it's not the first time I got into a relationship with someone I don't love. You know what? And I think that's fine, actually, because I think love is something, you know, that can take a while to build and to grow, and if that's the case for you, that's fine. I would say that, you know, if you just immediately love somebody the minute you get with them, it's like, maybe I'm going into this a little quickly. You know, I think it's okay for love to, you know, take time to blossom. In fact, every single one has been like that, but now I don't know what to do. Please kill me for this. Cheated when I got drunk, and now I don't know what to do other than take the coward's way out. Oh, see, no, here's the thing. There's a billion other options. The person I cheated on him with was a girl who has really big mental health issues, and now she relies and depends on me. She said she'd kill herself if I leave. Judging by her scars, she would. You know, that's still not on you. Just so you know. That's not on you. You're being held hostage. You've been there. I've been there. A few of us have been there before, and it's a really stressful situation to be in. You feel like I can't leave because then I'm responsible for this person's death. That's like, no, you're not. They are responsible for their choices. They are responsible for their life, not you. You are responsible for protecting yourself. So in this situation, protect yourself before protecting them. I would also say that like a vast majority of the time, this is a bluff. It's an emotional manipulation tactic. Like, of course we want to take suicidal threats seriously. Because, oh my god, why wouldn't we? Only a monster would not take a suicidal threat seriously. Only a person that's completely heartless and devoid of passion would not take a suicidal threat seriously. And we do take them seriously. if they are genuine. But if you are being held hostage by this person, and you feel like you can't leave because you're responsible for their life, remind yourself that they are responsible for the choices that they make. Not you. And you are responsible for protecting yourself. And so right now you are being taken advantage of. And it's okay to leave. It's okay to leave. They're taking advantage of your empathy. What I would say to this person is, if you are truly feeling suicidal, I would encourage you to seek professional help. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I cannot continue to be in this relationship. I wish you all the best. Because the thing about suicidal ideations is if somebody's dealing with those, direct them to the professionals. These aren't just for anybody to deal with. If somebody is coming to you telling you that they're suicidal, be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry that you're feeling that way. Have you talked to someone about this? Have you talked to a professional about this? Always redirect them to crisis services, emergency services. You're not a trained professional. Direct them to the people who are there 24/7 to talk to people who are feeling suicidal. If they are suicidal, they need professional support. And if they say things like, oh, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to talk to them. I only want to talk to you. Then let them know. I'll support you the best I can, but I'm not a professional. And again, I would really like to see you contact someone who is a professional. Sometimes you have to continue to reiterate, like, you can't just talk to me. I'm just a person. I'm not equipped to handle this. Most people aren't equipped to handle somebody coming to them and saying, hey, I'm suicidal. There are trained professionals out there for that. It's free. Take advantage of that service. I hate me. I never meant to cheat. This is the first time I ever did, and I feel so disgusting, like I truly didn't mean it, and even though I don't even love him, I just... how can you still believe someone like me deserves anything? Had it been him venting about this after he found out, I'd be calling him scum and everything, even by you. I never meant to do any of this. Well, it sounds like you regret it, and it sounds like you've learned from it, and it sounds like something you're not going to do again. So you made a mistake, and you learned from it, and you're not going to repeat it? You're not going to do it again? You know, it's like you're already punishing yourself for what you've done. How long do you deserve to be punished for it? Forever? Indefinitely? I don't think this needs to be a life sentence. I don't think that cheating on someone one time and then deeply regretting it instead of, making excuses for it or, finding ways to justify it, because that's what a lot of people who cheat do. Like, here you are feeling terrible about this mistake that you made. It's okay to forgive yourself. You're not that person. You learned from that mistake. If it's only something that you do when you drink, then don't drink. Let that be your penance. I can't allow myself to get that drunk and to make those types of mistakes. Allow that to be your penance. You don't need to continue to flagellate yourself. You don't have to keep Do you think the questioner should tell their BF that they ended up cheating in this situation? That's up to you. I would say that's if you're actually still, if you're like with that person currently and you have cheated on that person, I feel like they deserve to know. But if this is just some, like an ex that you're not with anymore and you're like, oh hey, by the way, while we were together, I cheated on you. It's like, do we need to get back into that? It's like, we're not even together. Like, why would we need to even talk about that? That's up to you, though. I mean, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's very contextual. You have to consider, like, how would the other person respond to that? You know, what is my motive? What am I trying to resolve? Hi, I'm Kath. Hi, Kath. Thank you so much for reviewing my question box, but there are some things I want to say. I do know what I'm supposed to do. You're right about me knowing how I am, but I'm not entirely lost in how I should heal. I just cannot move. If you feel like you can't move, it's okay to stay in place for a little while. It's okay to be still, so that you can figure out where you want to move to next. When you get your energy back up. Sometimes it's okay to stop and rest and to assess. I tried daily affirmations, and they feel so fake no matter how hard I try to believe. The thing about daily affirmations is there's something that you gotta continue to do. You gotta keep practicing them even though they feel silly. But something that's important to do as well is to think about why they feel silly. Why do I have such a hard time being nicer to myself? Why do I have such a hard time recognizing my strengths or recognizing my successes? Why do I need to be so hard on myself? Why do positive affirmations make me feel uncomfortable? You know, those are the hard questions, and those are the questions that you're going to need to figure out if you're going to be able to make that next step. So the question is, why is it so hard for you to be nice to yourself? Haven't you earned it? I think you have. I think all of you have. I feel like everybody has earned the right to be a little bit nicer to themselves. With some exceptions, but nobody here. I'm always told the opposite. Oh, as in like the people around you or the people that you grew up with, or you know, those they've put you down. It's hard to undo a decade of that. Well, yeah, it's hard because if it was easy, you would have figured out how to do it already. It is hard, but it takes hard things to make you a strong person. It's hard, but it's not impossible. If you're going to figure out how strong you really are, you got to get to doing that heavy lifting. If I'm being honest, I'm really scared now. The only thing that you need to be scared of is your potential. Because one of the things that I've noticed is that sometimes when people are in a really low place, whenever they finally do get out of it, they kind of overcompensate a bit and they accidentally go into a little bit more of it, like they feel like they gotta make up for lost time. And so they might do things that are a little bit uncharacteristic, maybe a little more risky, maybe a little, and then it kind of just makes a little bit more chaos and confusion in their life. So if there's anything to be fearful of, it's your own potential. Because it kind of sounds like you're on the come up, and the come up is a stressful place to be. When you're coming out of that deep, dark place and you're starting to come up, that's a dangerous place to be, because you've still got those dark thoughts lingering from when you were at your lowest point, and you're not quite to your higher point yet. You're still kind of on that upswing. It's a stressful place to be, but it's an important place to recognize that you will get through it if you continue to do what you're doing. Just keep that momentum. I tried disciplining myself, but my mental fog worsens and my overall performance drops tenfold. Then maybe we're disciplining ourselves in the wrong way. Maybe we should alternate the method a little bit. Oh, yep. No sorries. All of my windows just minimized. Love to see it. See, here's the thing. If you are disciplining yourself by just beating yourself down and leaving yourself battered and bruised emotionally, like, of course your productivity is gonna dip. Like, you don't need to just grind yourself into dust as punishment. It's not necessary. I don't have motivation or anything either. I don't even have a life goal. It's okay to just have a day goal. It's okay to just have a minute by minute goal. The life goal, we can take time to figure that out. That's no rush. Some of us don't figure out what life is all about until the very end. I would say that most people who end up figuring it out, it takes them the whole time to get there. I have something I think would probably work and seem really cool when I tell others, but it's not something I want. And there's nothing I want. I don't even know if I want to be loved anymore. It just feels like a huge waste of time and effort because it's been 7 years. Also, the thing where I quit hobbies after a bit, it's way more intense than I explained it. I genuinely beat myself down so much for not being good at everything instantly. I need you to recognize that right now your biggest enemy is you. Always You gotta think, why am I so hard on myself for not being good at something instantly? It's like, well, normally I'm accustomed to picking stuff up pretty quickly and being good at things right away. And when I'm not good at things right away, it makes me feel stupid. It makes me feel incapable. It makes me feel like I don't know how to do this thing and I should be ashamed of that because not knowing how to do a thing is shameful to me. And then I realize that's not helpful. I'm speaking from my own experience here. I can relate to this on a personal level, so I'm speaking from my perspective. What I realized is that some hobbies take time to learn, and some of the best hobbies take the most time to really master. You have to enjoy the learning process. You have to enjoy the growth. You know, you gotta play the instrument and sound like shit for a while before it starts to sound good. This was me when I always... Alright, let me rewind a little bit. Let me talk you through my process of dealing with this same thing. What I did, because I knew I needed a hobby. I was depressed, I needed something to put my energy into, I needed to feel productive and creative, I needed to feel a sense of growth. And so I thought back and I thought to myself, what is something that I've always wanted to learn how to do? Ever since I was a kid. What is something that I, as a child, learned that was a thing you could do and thought, wow, I want to learn how to do that. And for me, that was throat singing. The first time I ever heard somebody throat sing, I was soy facing, I was pogging out. And I always wanted to learn how to do it. And let me tell you that in order to get decent at throat singing, you have to sound like absolute shit for months until you can finally start to train up those muscles in your throat to actually make the sounds that you're trying to make. I sounded like a garbage disposal for weeks. I used to be obsessed with the pogo stick. Oh, I loved the pogo stick, and then I got too fat, and I couldn't do the pogo stick anymore because there's a weight limit on that bad boy. At least the one we had. But I loved the pogo stick. I can't find any enjoyment in it. I feel so panicky. And what can we do to make that situation more relaxing? You know, this isn't you taking a test in school. This isn't you, under examination. This is you trying to have fun. So what can we do to make the situation more fun? Do we need to put on some music? Do we need to set the mood? Do we need to light a candle? Do we need to get some colored lights? What can we do to make this feel less stressful and more fun? Because that's what it's supposed to be. We're trying to learn how to relax a little bit so that we can enjoy our hobbies instead of treating them like this is the semester final, pass or fail this course. It's not that. It's not that level of intensity. The stakes are naturally much lower. We're coming at a very low stakes situation with a high stakes amount of stress. And the diagnoses I got weren't all from one therapist or counselor, but multiple people each giving me a different problem to deal with. See, then that's what happens to a lot of people. If you go to one doctor and you only talk about your depression, you're just going to get a depression diagnosis. If you go to a second doctor and you only talk about your anxiety, you're going to get an anxiety diagnosis. You go to a third doctor, you talk about your trauma, now you got PTSD. You go to doctor number 4 and you talk about how you feel awkward in social situations, and blammo, now you've got autism. This is how the system is set up. There's no connection between doctors. You could go to a bunch of different doctors, a bunch of different psychologists or psychiatrists, and you could get diagnosed with 15 different things. And I want people to... I understand how a lot of people find comfort in a diagnostic label. It gives them an idea of like, this is what I have to deal with. This is what's wrong with me. Now I can work on it. Now I can fix it. And I understand the value that that brings to people. But what I really want people to understand is that you do not treat the diagnosis. That's just the label. What you treat are your symptoms. What are the symptoms that you are dealing with? The the diagnosis doesn't matter as much. The symptoms are what you actually treat. Just as like when you're treating cancer, it's like you're treating the tumor, you're treating the growth. That's the symptom. You know, you're treating, you're not treating the name. If you're feeling stressed right now, I want you to try a technique. This is a technique they teach in DBT. It's a nice relaxation technique. They call it the half smile. All you have to do is this. You see what I'm doing? All you got to do is this. And try to relax the top half of your face. What ends up happening is if you hold it for a little while, it turns into a real smile. Your brain can't tell the difference. And it'll actually help to elevate your mood. And you'll think, wow, that's really silly. Why did that work? I didn't think that would work. And it does work. Like, be okay with that solution feeling a little silly. Sometimes in mental health, the solutions seem a little silly. And that's why you hadn't figured out how to do it yet, is because sometimes you need to do some outside the box thinking. As I said before, if it were easy, you would have figured it out already. A lot of the solutions in mental health aren't necessarily complicated, it's just that, you know, it requires a little bit of outside the box thinking. Posture is the other thing I'm mindful of. Oh yeah, if you want to build more confidence in yourself, focus on your posture. Practice a confident posture, and you will immediately get a point boost into your confidence, guaranteed. Anywho, I'm still really thankful for the help you gave me and for listening to my TED Talk, hee hee. I'd like to talk about more stuff, but currently my brain just feels like splitting open like a pumpkin, which will get random sewer rats to start eating my brain. I sound so stupid, laughing my fucking ass off. You know what I would do if I felt that way? I would meditate on it, and then I would just meditate on that feeling of being like... That's one of the things that people will do in meditation, is they will try to disappear. They will try to be invisible. They will allow themselves to become dust and blow away in the wind. And what you realize is if you just meditate on that sensation, you actually start to feel that sensation. Because just like you can suggest a smile to yourself and it will result in a real smile, you can suggest laughter to yourself and it will result in real laughter, you can also imagine a sensation. And if with enough focus, you can feel that sensation. If you want to try this yourself, I would suggest trying something that you do every day. Sit there and focus on the feeling of walking. Or of holding something, holding a ball, throwing a ball, bouncing a ball. You know, imagine yourself doing that thing. Put all of your focus into it. And what you'll notice is that your body will start to react. Your muscles might start to contract and flex in the muscles that you would otherwise use to do that thing. You know, imagine yourself walking. Imagine yourself running. If you imagine yourself running, your heart rate actually starts to go up without actually doing anything. You're just thinking about running. So you can invoke a sensation of things that you aren't doing. You can also invoke the sensation of things that you cannot do physically. Imagine being air. Imagine being water. Imagine getting blown away in the wind. If you practice, you can feel that sensation. That's one of the things that meditators practice to do. It might take you a little while to get there. Might take a couple weeks. If you practice, you might get there sooner than you think. I know it sounds really weird, but it is true. It is something your brain can do. You don't actually have to do a thing in order to feel a thing. Pretend you're bouncing a basketball. Oh yeah, if I think about bouncing a basketball, the first thing that comes to my mind is the smell. You know, like that rubber smell of a basketball and the squeak of shoes on the gym floor. And that sort of dum 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 dum. Swish of the net. If you're interested in meditating, give that a try. That's a really fun thing to do while you're meditating. Think of yourself flying. You know, like, okay, if you still aren't believing me when I say this thing, you know, because it does sound kind of out of the box. Just think about how if you have a dream where you think that you're flying, in that dream you feel like you're flying. Your brain can generate the feeling of me flying around without actually knowing how to do that. Anyway, just one of the fun things you can do with your brain, of which there are many. I'm going to leave this one at that. Thank you for the submission. I hope you're feeling a bit better having talked about it. Today is a good day. Hopefully not speaking too soon, but my dog's lymphoma treatment has gone well and she is in remission. That's good news. That's great news. It's fantastic news. Because the thing is that even if this is too soon, right now it's still good news. We don't need to let right now's good news not be good news because things could change in the future. We don't even know if they will change. They might not change. So be in the moment, enjoy that good news. I'm also able to reflect on the memory of my parents who have passed away in the recent years without it negatively affecting my mood or day. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. That's huge. That's huge. You know, being able to look back and not feel that pain. Like maybe it doesn't necessarily feel, maybe there is still a little bit of sting to it, but it's tolerable. You know, it's a looking back and being glad for the times you had and not mourning the time that you could have had things not, you know, ended the way that they did. Cherishing those memories, that's the way to do it. I'm able to accept they're no longer here with me, cherish the memories we've enjoyed together, and look forward to creating new ones with other people. Currently, I'm working to improve my ability to focus and be more mindful. I'm trying to understand the activities that I engage in and how they contribute negatively or positively. As someone who spends a lot of time on the computer and on the internet, I view them as tools for us humans to leverage in whatever way we desire. Determining whether or not an activity is productive is a personal decision. No? Yep. Yep. The way that I look at productivity is like, am I creating something or am I learning something? Or am I maintaining something? I feel like all of those things kind of tie into what is productive. You know, am I doing my dishes? Am I doing my laundry? That's productivity. Am I learning about a new topic? Am I enhancing my skills? That is productive. Am I building something? Am I creating something? Am I, cooking a meal? Like, am I making something that did not exist? Am I bringing that into reality? That is also productive. So, through that lens, whatever it is that you're doing, look at that thing as practice. If you're walking around, it's walking practice. If you're drinking from a cup, it's drinking from a cup practice. If you're cooking, it's cooking practice. If you're doing the laundry, it's laundry practice. To get better and to refine your skills in each of those areas. That's the way that I look at things. And so, in moments where I catch myself, scrolling on my phone, I try to remember that I don't need more scrolling on my phone practice. I'm already pretty good at it. I've already got the knack for it. Now it's okay to revisit from time to time, but, I don't need to do it any more than is necessary. I still get sad around the anniversary of his death. And I don't think that you would ever not want it to be that way. Like, wouldn't it be, just look at it this way, wouldn't it be kind of upsetting if you were like, wow, the anniversary of my beloved father's death came around and I did not feel sad about it? That would kind of be, that might even be a little bit upsetting. That might be a little bit concerning. You might be like, huh, am I a cold, emotionless robot? Like, no, it's okay to be sad on that day. Just accept that it will be a sad day. It's okay to have sad days. Sad days are inevitable. But they're not the only thing that exists. And I think that's part of why we have a hard time embracing a sad day, is because we worry that it's going to make every day sad. But in my experience, really committing to having a sad day, just being like, all right, I'm going through it today. I'm just going to let my emotions roll. I find that that makes the next day a perfectly fine day. Just recognizing that I just need some time to just feel my feelings. I need to just lie around and feel sad for a little while. Give myself what I need. So yeah, I would agree that determining whether or not something is productive is a personal decision. It just depends on what type of skill you're trying to level up. Where are you trying to... What masteries are you trying to develop? Enjoying a video game can be productive if it uplifts your mood, helps you to relax or de-stress, right? True, and even if it doesn't do that, you could still say that it's helping to train your reaction time, your problem-solving skills, and if it's a team communication-based game, you could even be practicing your communication and delegation skills. So you could learn a lot from playing a video game. But I feel like there's only so much that you can learn from one given situation. Like, if you're trying to learn how to chop wood, if you only ever learn how to chop one kind of wood, You might not be very good at chopping other kinds of wood. Other types of wood might be a little softer. Other types of wood might be a little harder. You know, you might have to adjust. So, you know, take the skills that you learn and apply them to other situations. The more you can learn, the better is what I think. Like, with a chopping wood metaphor, because somebody said I looked like a friendly lumberjack earlier, which, you know, I'll take. I can dig it. Everything in moderation is how I try to approach things. True. That's generally the best practice there is. I feel like there is a time and a place for, you know, cutting a little bit loose and maybe doing a little bit extra. I feel like that's fine, but we want to, you know, make sure that we keep that in balance. You know, it's all right to turn up on special occasions, you know? From what I've read and heard, technology and the forms of media that we consume today are having some detrimental effects. It's true. It's true. Oh yeah, undeniably true. Is it due to the amount of time spent on these devices, or is it the activities we spend our time doing on these devices, or is it a bit of both? Not only is it both, but it's also the way that the devices are designed, and it's the way that the media is designed. That is also what is harmful. So it's not just that we are consuming content, it's the content that they put in front of us, and it's the content that we consume that is actually also a part of the problem. News outlets have known for a very long time that if a headline is fear-inspiring, then you are more likely to click on it. If it is something that makes you mad, you are more likely to click on it. And so what ends up happening is, nowadays, you are presented with more things than you know what to do with that are gonna piss you off and make you shit your pants. And I don't think our brains are wired to handle that. I don't think that our brains are wired to handle 24/7 unrestricted access to the worst thing that happened in the entire world every single day. I don't think we're meant to handle that. I don't think any one person is meant to take on the entire world's problems. It makes people more fearful. It makes you also lose sight of what's going on around you. You know, it makes you focus on problems that are entirely outside of your control. Hassan does a decent job. Well, that's because he has big shoulders. If you're gonna take on the weight of the world, you better have some big fucking shoulders. I'm starting to hear more and more discussion about screen time and the effects of social media. Is it more important how the activity makes us feel rather than the activity itself? Yes. How it makes you feel is more important than the activity itself. The activity itself is also important, but I would say that the feeling that it generates within you is more important, because that feeling that it gives you is going to dictate your actions after that. You know, the way that social media is making you feel right now is going to affect your actions later, and so that's why it's important. You know, you're scrolling on Twitter and you're like, God damn it, they blew up more people again, fuck. And it pisses you off, and the next thing you know, you're yelling at the dog. The dog didn't do anything. You're yelling at the dog because somebody got blown up a world away. Is the detriment a result of what our time being wasted? No, see, here's the thing. We are each given more time than we know what to do with. We are each given more time than we know what to do with. We know that our lives are finite. We know that they won't go on forever. And we know that, you know, we only got one life to live. But still, we find times to just be bored. I would say that sometimes nothing is something worth doing. You know, you don't have to be productive 100% of the time. It's okay to waste some time. You've got time to spare. Do people yell at their dogs? Some of us have to yell at our dogs because our dogs won't listen unless we yell. Some dogs are rude as hell. Some dogs are also kind of deaf and you have to yell so that they can hear you. Like if I don't yell at Atticus, he can't hear me. I have to yell at him. That dog has barked so loud so many times, he's done hearing damage to himself. He can't hear me call him, I have to yell at him. I don't want to yell at him is the thing. I don't like yelling. But I have to in order to communicate with him, and it's, you know, it's frustrating. Also, sometimes with dogs, especially bigger dogs, it's like you can't let them run all over you. Sometimes you have to be pretty stern in order to, you know, otherwise they're just gonna run a mess. Oh, you mean like as far as projecting irrelevant anger onto them? Yeah, people do that. We call that displacement. Displacement is when you direct your anger into something around you instead of whatever it was that actually made you angry. So if I got angry because of something that happened at work and then I come home and I see that the dog shit on the floor, I might get really upset that the dog shit on the floor, and I'm channeling that anger from what happened at work into, you know, and I'm taking it out on the dog. Am I angry at you? I could never be. Don't have it in me. This has gotten quite long, so I'll end it here. Would love to hear your thoughts and chats. With love. Love you too. Love you too. Thank you. Thank you for the fun discussion. Yeah, social media, as much as people like to, you know, portray social media as this great boogeyman, it really is. Social media is terrible for our psychology. It takes advantage of your brain's processes. You know, the way that our brains operate, you know, we have certain things that will attract our attention. We have certain things that will maintain our attention. We will find certain things enticing. They know how to keep us going. There's a lot of money put into the research of how do we keep people on our app. They want to retain your attention. You live in an attention commodity, an attention economy, and your attention is the commodity. Is Twitch social media? Any media where you can engage with other people, I would say is a form of social media. I would include Twitch. I would also include Discord. I went through a DBT program and it helped a lot with my behaviors and beliefs stemming from BPD. I am in remission. Oh, yeah. What's a W? I stopped going to my therapist and psychiatrist afterwards because the programs were costly. Well, if you finished the program and you walked away with the skills that you needed, it's okay to graduate. I think there's a misunderstanding regarding therapy is like a lot of people feel like I need to be in therapy forever or I need to be in it for decades. It's like, nah, not really. If you are feeling more equipped to handle the problems that life is going to throw at you, it's okay to go back to therapy later. A lot of people will do it for a while and then they'll go for years without it and then they'll go back to it later, just kind of like a refresher. I still deal with major depressive disorder and sometimes I'm at a loss and I feel like I have the knowledge to deal with my depression, but I don't know how to make myself put knowledge into action. Oh, I know what to do. You need to awaken that dog within you. You need to get that dog in you. You need to start barking at your depression. You need to start growling at it. Recognize that your depressive thoughts are delusional thoughts. Start challenging them. Use those skills. Use those skills that you practiced and apply them to this situation. What I found to be helpful was channeling my frustration against my depression. It's like normally I don't like to, rely on frustration, but for the sake of this, I will get angry at my depression. What do you think the first step is? What's that next step for? I'm not even gonna say first step because you've already made a lot of steps. You've made tons of steps already. You're on step 3082. But what's the next step? Like honestly, friend, you whooped BPD's ass. Depression doesn't stand a chance. Just being honest. I know depression feels undefeatable because depression really saps you of your strength. It really saps you of your confidence. It makes you feel hopeless. But you gotta recognize that weakness is imagined. It is an illusion that is cast upon you by depression. So if you want to beat depression, you gotta fight it. What would a slightly less depressed version of you be doing? Let's find out what that next step is. We're trying to feel less depressed. What would I be doing? How would it feel? What would I be thinking if I was 5% less depressed? I'm not going to set my goal too big. I'm going to start small. 5% less depressed. That doesn't sound so bad. Sure, it's not 100% less depressed, but it's still, we're making progress. If you were 5% less depressed, how would that feel? What sort of things would you be thinking if you were 5% less depressed? What sort of things would you be doing if you were 5% less depressed? Small things. Like I said, it's only 5%. These changes aren't drastic. These changes are realistic. These changes are meaningful in spite of being small changes, because even small changes have meaning. It feels energizing. I would draw every single day. What do you need to make that happen? Do you have the supplies? What I would say is start drawing with what you have, even if it's just pens and, notebook paper or printer paper. It's like, start with that. Don't go out and get a new sketchbook. Don't go out and get a canvas and an easel. Start small, work with what you got. Because I think one of the things that people get hung up on, and this is something I've caught myself doing, is that sometimes when I feel that energy to like invest in a hobby, I satisfy that feeling by just going out and buying the materials to do that thing, but then I never actually use them. I feel like I need to like show it to myself that I'm actually committed to re-engaging in this hobby before I go out and buy new stuff for that hobby. So for most things, I would encourage you to start working with what you got. If you're trying to reignite your love for drawing, start by doodling. You got a little piece of scrap paper around? Turn it over. Do a little doodle on there. Draw your cat. That's what I do. I'm always drawing Beavis. I used to draw Penny on everything, and now I just draw Beavis on everything. I switched from drawing a dog to a cat. So here's the thing, questioner. All of that knowledge that you have accumulated along the way, it's going to come in handy in these steps ahead. You don't need to use all of it right now. Some of it you might not need to use ever. But you'll use it when you need it. It'll be there. It'll be ready for you when you need it. So focus on that next step, that next little step forward. Figure out what that looks like. And then commit to it. If you did a whole DBT program, you could do anything. If you can make it through an entire DBT program, you better fucking believe it that you can do anything you set your mind to. Let me just say, for those of you who are unfamiliar, if you have the time, the motivation, the mental fortitude to go through an entire DBT program, you can do anything. It's like the therapeutic equivalent of becoming a Navy SEAL. You have completed mental health special forces training. You are equipped to handle anything. How long does DBT last? Normally it takes about a year. What is a Navy SEAL? It's the special forces of the United States Navy. And they are known for their very intense training process. Not very many people make it. My New Year's resolution is to be more creative, so I started a daily challenge called A Poem a Day for my blog, where I plan to create a new poem every day for the entire year. So far I've been sticking with it and feeling good, but I worry about staying motivated, especially if no one notices or cares about my work. Let me just say that that's the wrong reason to be doing it. You are doing it for you. If no one ever looks at those poems, that's fine, because you're not doing it for them. You're doing it for you. Now, undoubtedly, people will see them and people will read them. You're putting them out on your blog, especially if you share them with people. You know, maybe you have friends who become interested, or you start talking to other people who write poetry and you make friends with them that way. You know, this is a great opportunity to meet people and talk about things and share ideas and share art. It's a great thing to do. But I just want to remind you that you are doing this for you, because to create is essential for you. You're doing it because it's important to you. And if not a single other soul lays eyes on that work, it's still just as important for you. How can I keep believing this project is worthwhile, focus on the personal value it brings me, and stay motivated throughout the year? Focus on staying motivated today before you start worrying about how to stay focused tomorrow. If you really want to stay consistent with it, what I would encourage you to do is make yourself do it before something that you always do. You know, if it's like you have lunch or you have breakfast or you have a cup of coffee or something, you know, time it with that. Associate those two things. That's a great way to get a routine to stick. Is like every day I do this before I have my cup of coffee, or after. You know, if you use it as a way of like earning a reward for the day. Like, I do this every day before I have my snack, you know, something like that. It's a great way to get the routine to stick, because you're tying it into your reward system. The project is worthwhile because you're doing it. It doesn't need to be anything other than that. It's worthwhile because you're doing it, and it makes you feel happy, and it's allowing you to create. It's allowing you to express yourself. There is inherent value in that. And for the last part, if you want to focus more on the personal value it brings you, define that. Reiterate that to yourself. What value does it bring to you? How does it make you feel? What is this doing for you? Remind yourself of it. Point it out to yourself. Make a note of it. A lot of times we do things just kind of knowing that they're good for us, but we never really sit down and actually tell ourselves why it's good for us. You know, when I do this thing every day, it makes me feel good. It uplifts my mood. It allows me to express myself. It allows me to feel creative. You know, it helps me to feel more motivated in other areas of my life. It brings a lot of joy and positivity to my day. You know, define what those values are. Define what it's actually doing for you. When you understand that more clearly, it can better serve that purpose. You know, even if it's just for you, make art. You know, if you're gonna paint a picture just so that you can hang it on your wall and, you know, nobody ever really sees it, that's perfectly fine. We don't need to have others show appreciation in order for us to appreciate. Having others show appreciation feels good. It's always nice when we get that validation. But it's not necessary. It's not essential. It's nice, but I would say it's not essential. I want to learn to draw. What do you want to learn how to draw? What sort of things? You know what we should do for a community game night? We should play this drawing game. It's this like guessing drawing game. It's kind of like Pictionary meets telephone. It's called Gartic Phone, and it's actually free. You can play it through Discord. Love that game. It'd be fun to do for a community game night sometime. They have all these games that are built in to Discord. This one right here. It's a lot of fun. Can I show you some of my drawings? Well, I drew a bunch of my emotes. I don't have a lot of drawings like that I've done outside of the computer available here. You can also play it on browser, by the way. Yeah, you can also play it on your phone. It might be a little bit more difficult to play it on a phone because it might be a little small, but using your finger to draw isn't so bad. Project Zomboid server. Oh, they just released a new version, and I don't know if multiplayer is activated yet. But I'm definitely looking forward to playing some multiplayer Project Zomboid. It's even hard with a mouse. You see, I love drawing with a mouse, actually. I learned how to... I spent a lot of time in Paint as a kid, and so I learned a lot about how to draw with a mouse. I do have a drawing pad, though. I've got one right here. But what I've noticed is that I prefer to use the drawing pad for like brush strokes, like if I'm shading something, or if I'm adding highlights, or if I'm doing like a smudge or a blur. I like to use the draw pad. But whenever I'm actually drawing lines, I draw better lines on the mouse. I can draw a straighter line with the mouse than I can with the draw pad. How? I don't know. Practice, I guess. Just practice. It's always the unsatisfying answer. Whenever you ask somebody, how do you do that? They're just like, I don't know, I just kept trying it until I was good at it. Got a TikTok in the question box here. We got a TikTok. Let's check this out.
Pera, deixa eu ver seu smile. Let me see. Let me see your smile.
Just look at that face. Look at that face. Have you ever tried smiling and wagging? And when I mean wagging, I mean shaking your butt. Give it a try sometime and just see how happy it makes you feel. Act like a really happy dog. Smile and shake your butt at the same time. I'm telling the truth. It's hard to have a bad time when you're shaking your butt. Shaking your butt is normally only associated with having fun, cutting loose, dancing. You know, we don't normally associate bad times or bad moments with shaking our ass. All right, so shaking your butt can actually be good for your mood. So consider twerking for your mental health. It even works on babies. It's true. One of the things that you can do to calm down a crying baby is to shake their butt a little bit. You know, while you're holding them, you're just like, you shake their butt a little bit. They love it. It sounds like a joke, but it really is true. Shaking your butt makes you feel better. Just think about it. How long has it been since you've properly just got up and shook that thing around? Like, be honest. I try to do it on the daily. You know, just as a part of my daily routine, I do my wellness booty shakes. Again, you might think it's silly, but a lot of what goes into feeling better is stuff that might sound a little bit silly. Throw that ass for your mental health. Clap them cheeks for your mental wellness. I started shaking my ass as soon as I felt better. See, like, you're already instinctively doing it as a moment of celebration. I swear, there's a direct correlation between shaking your ass and positive mood. Unless you have like conditioned negative responses to shaking your ass, like maybe you're traumatized because you had to shake your ass for money, or maybe you're traumatized because somebody made you shake your ass at gunpoint or something. But for most people, I would associate, you know, shaking your ass with having fun. Can you imagine, though? Somebody points a gun at you and they're like, twerk. You fire off a warning shot in the air and you're like, just trying to throw it back. Stressful. That would ruin ass shaking for you. We're all caught up in the question box at the moment. All caught up in the question box for the moment. You know what that means. If we've got a little bit of extra time, which it looks like we do. Got a little bit of extra time. Could take a tour. Take a tour down memory lane. Take a look at one of these older presentations. revisit something. Hmm. Oh yeah, happiness. Happiness was so important. We did it twice. I did 2 presentations on happiness. Every time I twerk, I just keep asking my husband if I'm really doing it. He says I am, but I'm not sure I believe it. Get a mirror. Get a mirror. Twerking is actually a really good like workout for your lower back. Like I used to have a lot of lower back pain, but I started doing like core work and like lower back work and like it's good for your body and your mind. I hate mirrors. Alright, well then you're not allowed to ever let anyone accuse you of being a narcissist. Because narcissists love mirrors. Mental decluttering. That one sounds interesting. There was a wall of mirrors. Oh. I don't know what the boomers were up to. Like, I don't know what it was with boomers and having walls of mirrors in their home. Like, that's just. I remember I was younger and I visited, I don't know who it was, some distant relative or something, and I remember they had a mirror wall. And I remember being so confused by it because I was only a little kid at the time, and I was like, for a moment, I thought this room was twice as big as it actually was. And now I see that the entire wall is mirrors. Why is the entire wall mirrors? I feel like there has to be a correlation between boomer narcissism and having entire walls of mirrors in their home. Because that is a very boomer thing to do. Unless you have like a workout studio or a dance studio and it's like, all right, I'm trying to watch my form. I'm trying to, make sure I'm doing the correct poses. I see there's a point to it. There's a purpose to it. She's Gen X though. There's some overlap there. Maybe I want to check my posture while I relax watching TV, and then you're like, damn, this chair could go lower. This chair could go lower. I need a new recliner. You could also strategically place mirrors so that you can watch the TV from the bathroom. If you line them up right, you could be like looking out in the hallway. It's also a great way to redirect light. If you have limited windows, it's a great way to put more light into the space. A wall of mirrors was freaking out the cats too. Oh, I bet it would. They're probably like... You know, they make that weird noise that cats only make when they see some other weird cat. They're like... You're like, what the fuck are you saying? You know the sound. If you've ever seen a cat, you know the exact sound I'm talking about. It's the sound they only make when they're like, who the fuck is that? They were watching themselves poop and growling. Yeah. Cats like to poop in peace. And they don't like it when somebody is staring them down while they're pooping. Would you? You wouldn't either. I'm taking a look at some of these old presentations and I'm deciding what we could revisit today. If you see anything that sounds good to you, let me know. I think I kind of want to take a look at mental decluttering. This one's pretty straightforward. Oh, hey, B. Wayne, how's it going? Oh, sorry I didn't get back to you yesterday about Marvel Rivals. I was in a Stardew coma. I was dialed in playing Stardew Valley until 2 a.m. Let's take a look at mental decluttering. Older presentation, but it's not one of my oldest presentations. This was when I started putting pictures in my presentations. You can always tell when a presentation is a really old presentation because it's just text. It's just text. And then after a while I was like, I should put pictures in here, you know, break it up a little bit, give people something to look at. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley is a lot of fun. My farm is really coming along. I made a bunch of money selling melons. It's summer of year 2. I was able to fix the bus. Dropped like 45 grand fixing that bus. Now I think I'm gonna save for a house upgrade. I upgraded all of my tools to gold tools. And now I think I am ready to save up for the next house upgrade because I need like 65,000. All right. We've got one question in the box. I'll take this question from the box real quick, and then we'll hop over. To the. We'll do that little quick presentation. We'll revisit that old presentation. We'll do mental decluttering. That feels. I don't know what it is. That just feels like something that is timely. You know, it's the start of the new year. We're starting to, you know, let go of some old things. We're getting ready for a kind of spring cleaning phase of our lives. And so maybe a little mental decluttering is in order. Maybe we can identify some things that we don't need to hang on to anymore. We can find some stuff we're ready to let go of. This question's pretty short. Do even ugly narcissists love looking in mirrors? Yes. Well, the thing about narcissists is the whole like mirror thing is just based on the myth of Narcissus. He fell in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. And he never left the side of the pool because he just couldn't stop looking at himself. So the whole thing about narcissists being obsessed with mirrors, it depends on the one. It depends on the person. Sometimes it's not because they find themselves attracted. Sometimes it's just because they're so obsessed with themselves, they want to see themselves whenever possible. And so whenever there's a mirror around, they're always like, they just love reminding themselves that they exist. New year, new you, new problems. Actually, it'll mostly be old problems, just remixed. And the good thing about that is that, well, we probably know how to solve the old problems, and so the solutions are the same. As they say, same shit, different day. Let's take a look at mental decluttering. Mental decluttering. Do you feel like your mind feels a little cluttered? Hold on, let's do a poll. You know, I love a poll. How cluttered is your mind? Somewhat, or not at all, somewhat, or very? Just a 3-item rating system. I didn't think I needed much more nuance than that. If you don't mind, got a poll. It's right there at the top of the chat. Should be right around over there somewhere. Might have to click on the thing. Playing Stardew right now. Ooh. Should do a multiplayer Stardew server. Like 8 people in there. Yeah, I'm trying to get these leftists to vote, and it's very frustrating. Would it be cluttered if it feels like I am overwhelmed by the amount of things I need to think about? Yes. I would say that that is basically the definition of having a cluttered mind. You walk into a room and it's full of boxes, and all of those boxes have stuff in them. And so if I'm going to declutter, not only do I have to do something about all of these boxes, but I got to go through all the boxes. Maybe I should play Stardew. It's very fun. It's very fun. It's very relaxing, very peaceful. If you voted, you get a sticker. If you voted, you get a sticker. In 4 to 6 weeks with shipping and handling. Alright, good. I feel like this is a good presentation that we picked today because this is something that we find relatable. If you feel like your mind is a little bit cluttered right now, don't worry, you're not alone in that. This is a common feeling this time of year. It's the start of a cycle. When you're starting a new cycle, there's often a transition period where you're trying to figure out, alright, where do I go from here? What all am I handling? What all am I dealing with? What do I need to do about it? You know, you're getting things organized, you're getting things in place. So let's get into it. I had some quotes on this one. Our life is shaped by our mind. We become what we think. Joy follows a pure thought like a shadow that never leaves. I fear it's always been cluttered. Well, if you want to declutter, what you're going to do is you're going to do the Marie Kondo method of organizing your mind. The Marie Kondo method comes from tidying your house. You put everything together, you go through it item by item in different categories. You start with different categories of items. You get all those items together and you go through them item by item, one at a time. You have to physically touch each item. You gotta hold it, and you gotta recognize, does this spark joy within me? Does this make me feel, like, what does this make me feel? Does this make me feel good? If it doesn't spark joy within me, I'm gonna say goodbye to it, and I'm gonna send it on its way. But if it sparks joy within me, I will hang on to it. I will keep it. Some of them don't spark joy, but there's a fear of letting it go. Where's the fear of holding on to it forever? I'm sometimes afraid to let go of bad memories because I feel like if I forget, they may happen again. And I think that that's something that commonly happens to people because that's how we keep ourselves safe, is we remember the ways that we've been hurt. But you gotta remember that you have instincts. You have a sense of self-preservation. You have learned from those things that have happened to you. And you know how to protect yourself. So right now it's this battered, old, dusty book that's sitting on your shelf and it's taken up space. You've read that book 1,000 times already. It's tattered at the edges, its pages are falling out, it's stained and torn. Maybe it's okay to let that one go. It's okay to ask yourself, have I learned everything I need to learn from this? Is there still more to learn from this? And if so, what is that? If I'm not letting this go because I feel like there's still more to learn from it, what am I missing? Let's figure it out. Let's actually sit down and think about it. And I think what you'll realize is that you've learned pretty much everything there is to learn from that a long time ago. And you know what? Even if there are things about it that you might not have learned or might not have realized, you can still learn those lessons in other moments of life. The lessons that you learn from life aren't solely tied to that moment of pain. You can learn something from every moment you're in. So we don't necessarily need to focus so much on the painful ones. It's also okay to learn from your joy. Relax. Allow the mind to become empty. And surprise yourself with the great treasure that begins to flow from your soul. I feel shame right now. Let me just say, it's okay to laugh at yourself for that because it's a silly thing to do. And what do we do when things are silly? We laugh at them. You've been making progress, and now because you've been making progress, you are more mindful of the steps you still have to take. You don't need to take those steps feeling all of that guilt and shame. You can hold your head up and you can look forward to that brighter future. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. That's Marcus Aurelius. Good philosopher, okay emperor, terrible father. I really don't want to live like this. Then don't. You don't have to. The only one keeping you there is you, and the only one that can get you out of it is you. And you know what you need to do. You've done way harder things. You've done so much badass shit. This is nothing compared to that. Bit of a red flag when it's a man's favorite book. Yeah, anybody who takes Marcus Augustus Aurelius too seriously, that is concerning. He does have some banger quotes. You gotta give it up. He does have some banger quotes, but he just wasn't he wasn't that great of a guy. He was a philosopher emperor, so he basically just hung around his palace, just philosophizing all day, while being neglectful and, absent as a father. Not a real guy to look up to, but he did have some good ideas. Seems so silly from the outside. It's one of those problems that has a simple solution, but actually following through with the solution is what feels weird. But honestly, when it comes to getting rid of stuff, like overcoming hoarding tendencies, you just gotta recommend that letting go of things is letting go of stress. If you're holding on to something, waiting to use it, you're holding on to stress, you're holding on to anticipation. So while it feels like you're hoarding stuff, you're actually hoarding ideas. And each one of those ideas has a bookmark, a reminder, in the place of a physical object. If you want to declutter your mind, declutter your house. Once you get into the habit of letting go of things, it actually feels really good. And what you might not know is that once you start letting go of things and you learn to appreciate the joy of that, freedom that comes from letting go, for some people it's actually hard to stop. Some people they get started with letting things go and then they have a hard time stopping letting things go. And then the next thing you know, they're joining a monastery and shaving their head. And they're just like, I will continue on a journey of enlightenment. I will see just how detached I can be from my mortal coil. But you don't need to go that far to find the joy of letting go. But what you'll notice is that once you actually start to appreciate the freedom that comes from letting go, you're going to be like, what more can I get rid of? What else can I let go of? All things must go. We're having a liquidation sale. I just restarted my PC last reboot 26 days ago. That's not that bad, actually. They say it's better for your computer to leave it powered up. I just put my computer into sleep mode most of the time. My computer's been doing this weird thing where it won't always turn on whenever I hit the power button. Sometimes I have to do it a few times. Like it'll partially boot up, but then it'll hang. It's really weird. I think it might be the power supply. Not giving me enough juice for a boot up. Just remember that every object you are connected to is a little bit of your connective energy that could otherwise be put into something else or someone else. You've only got so much capacity to care for people, places, things, ideas. And the more junk you have, the more you're taking away from that capacity. You might not want to get rid of stuff because you feel like that is being wasteful, but I disagree. I say keeping stuff is what is wasteful because it is occupying your mind. It is occupying your attention. It is inhibiting your ability to find focus and clarity. It's not worth the price of keeping. You're having to pay rent mentally. I carry this burden, and then how would it feel to let that burden go? Let's take a moment to consider the nature of our minds. You've got your experiences, your memories, your emotions, your senses, your awareness, also known as your consciousness. Your mind is what determines what is real to you. Your respective reality is created by your mind. What is real to you is real to you because you feel that it is real. I wish I could just drop something in the trash and not think about it like others do. Try. Go drop something in the trash. Go drop something in the trash right now. Here, take this. Take this. Go throw this away for me. Go toss that out. Anxiety is already high thinking about it. All right. We're going to tie it back to something that we did earlier. I want you to close your eyes and imagine throwing something away. My mind says, no, you need to give this to a place that recycles fabrics. Oh yeah, because they're hurting for fabric. They're hurting for fabric. They're running out of fabric. Girl, they're not running out of fabric. They're not running out of aluminum. They're not running out of plastic. It's okay to throw some stuff away. All things considered, you are probably one of the least responsible contributors to worldwide pollution. You are in the top percentile of non-wasteful people. It's okay. Entropy exists. Sometimes you have to just throw things away. Grew up with instability and moving around, so I fear not having what I need. So that also taught you resourcefulness, is what I'm hearing? Because if you grow up with instability and not having what you need, that typically makes you a pretty good person at finding what you need whenever you do need it. It makes you pretty resourceful. It also makes you pretty good at doing without or waiting to get that thing until you are able to get it. So what's wrong with relying on those instincts? My dad wouldn't let us have another meal until we ate the one we didn't finish. Ugh. You could probably understand why that would be problematic to do to a child. We throw away more food than we eat. Like, we produce an abundance of food, so, like, I understand that people are like, I paid for it, you better eat it. It's like, I don't think it's worth traumatizing your child and leaving them with an eating disorder because you don't want to waste 4 cents of macaroni. You don't want to waste a single piece of food. It's like, if you got your nutrition from the meal served its purpose. Forcing somebody to overeat when they might be full already. You're giving somebody a troubled relationship with food. I don't think that's worth doing that to a kid. At the point where it gets to like the amount of food on a child's plate that goes uneaten, we're talking about pennies. It's like fractions, you know, very small amounts. It's like, it's not that big of a waste. But for some people, saving a couple dollars is worth traumatizing their child. That's capitalism for you. I'm not saying that this is just entirely the parents' fault. I'm saying this is what capitalism does to us. It makes us prioritize our material wealth and our access to that resource, which is capital. It makes us prioritize that over the well-being of our offspring. If you don't think that's fucked up, I don't know what to do with you. Did you know my father? No, I just also had a father who was a cheapskate. Didn't like to see anything go to waste. And it's like, we weren't even hurting. We weren't even hurting. We always had food. So yeah, we have to do a lot of unlearning. We have to do a lot of reparenting when we're grown-ups, because capitalism puts parents into a position where they have to prioritize their finances over their connection with their family. And that is very sad. It's a very sad state for the world to be in. Many people, ourselves included, adhere to beliefs that are untrue or inaccurate. Nevertheless, these beliefs are real from our own individual perspectives. A person could believe that they are being followed by the government. It doesn't matter if it's untrue, it doesn't matter if it is inaccurate, it is real to them. What are some of your beliefs that might be due for a reinspection? Do you have any old, outdated beliefs that it's time to let go of? Do you have any self-doubt, any undue guilt, shame, regret, anger, resentment, unadulterated loathing? Is there anything you're holding on to that you're like, you know what, I'm tired of holding on to this. I think I might go ahead and drop it off here. Anything come to mind? I'm even holding on to my half-dry markers. Your homework today is to throw some shit away, girl. I have so many junk drawers. All right, here's what you got to do. If you got too many junk drawers, you need to take all of your junk drawers and put them all, you need to bring it all together. You know, put it in a tote, put it out on a table, lay it out somewhere, Go through all of it, organize that shit, try to downsize, try to just do one junk drawer. I'm not anti-junk drawer, all right? We've all got a junk drawer, but it becomes a problem for us when all of our drawers are junk drawers. That just means that we are very disorganized. We are very chaotic. We are very cluttered. We need some order. We need some structure. And I know what that means. Order, structure. That sounds like fascism. Like, so be it. So be it. Find the little fascist in the back of your mind that's uncomfortable with the lack of order and discipline and, you know, just tap into that for a little bit. I feel like we all have that little fascist in the back of our mind. It's like, don't let him run the show, obviously, because if you allow fascism to run the show, he will. But sometimes, you know, he's got some okay ideas as far as maintaining order and structure, because he's a complete sociopath. The little fascist in my mind, he has a German accent. You know, I don't know what it is. Fascism you know, the German language, it just really, you know, really hits, really. Not Twitch throwing the stream on me while scrolling through an anxiety attack. They know too much. That's not even Twitch. That's the universe. The universe is saying, you know what? You're going to end up right where you need to be at that moment. That's serendipity. Let's talk about our belief systems. Is it reasonable to assume that every one of your beliefs are the absolute truth? No, obviously not. Obviously not. Obviously there are some things that I'm downright delusional about. But we have this tendency to believe that everything we believe must be true, because I believe it. I wouldn't believe something if it were untrue. That doesn't make sense. Why would I believe something that wasn't true? But you know what? We do it every day. So let's not operate under the assumption that every single one of our beliefs is grade A, 100% valid. That's just simply not true. You've got some beliefs floating around in there that, if I'm being honest, they are outdated. No one likes to be wrong, okay? I get it. And that's part of the reason why we assume that everything we believe is true, is because being wrong feels bad. But no one is completely correct. No one's got it all figured out. It's okay to be wrong. It's how we learn and grow. And what you will come to find is that in your mental health journey, this will involve a lot of proving yourself wrong, realizing that you could do things that you didn't think you could do, letting go of things that you never thought you'd be able to let go of, finding out it's okay to be wrong about yourself, actually feeling relieved that you were wrong about some of these beliefs that you had. See, me personally, I love being wrong. I love finding out that I'm wrong, because that means that I get to find out something better. I get to find out something closer to the truth. We don't like to be wrong because it feels embarrassing, it makes us feel dumb. But finding out that you're wrong is what allows you to figure out what's right. Common items in my junk drawer: batteries, cables, remotes, pens, markers, coins, screws. You know what you should do, B. Wayne? Get little containers for them. Organize that shit. Put all your batteries in a thing. Put all your cables in a thing. That's what I did. I took Ziploc bags and I organized all the cables depending on what type of cable they were. I found a Tesla key on the ground. I've been saving it. I don't know. Why is it literally like a wallet card? Yeah, that's their key for some reason. That actually sounds kind of funny. That sounds like a fun memento. See, the thing is like you can hold on to stuff that's inherently meaningless, but it's meaningful to you because it's a fun knickknack. It's a little memento. It's a little token that you found. Like sometimes you just find stuff that's just a cool thing to keep. Like I've got a little junk drawer right here with me. I got this thing in there. What is a belief? Like, damn, I was pretty heady with this presentation. I'm like, thinking back to the version of me that wrote this, I'm just like, okay. I'm like, sometimes I look back at these old presentations and I'm like, what was I cooking? And then I'm like, okay, I get it. I see what I was going for. What is a belief? A belief is a thought that you choose to keep thinking. Something that I found to be really impactful was realizing that beliefs can be wrong. We don't like it when our beliefs are wrong because that makes us feel confused and frustrated and, you know. But you gotta recognize that you are holding on to some beliefs about yourself that are wrong. And if you're holding on to that thought, you got to take a look at why am I holding on to this? Why am I keeping this? So, what do you believe about yourself? Do you like who you are? Do you love yourself unconditionally? What are your fears? What brings you joy? What are you grateful for? Consider that your beliefs could be wrong. Sometimes we hold on to stuff because we feel like we're supposed to. It gave us a lot of an emotion. It really hurt. It was something that, you know, was very impactful to us, and we feel like this is something I gotta hold on to forever. But you don't. You actually have more of a choice in that than you would realize. Sometimes letting go of things feels impossible because we don't know how to let them go yet. That doesn't mean it's not impossible to let them go. What I believe is that acknowledging that you are learning how to let something go is the beginning of letting that thing go. Why do we hold on to thoughts? Sometimes things that we experience in life are difficult to let go of. Especially stuff like pain, trauma, guilt, shame, doubt. You know, all of those fun things. When you experience those types of thoughts, take a moment to ask yourself, why am I keeping this? Why am I keeping this? Why am I holding on to this pain, this trauma, this guilt, this shame, this doubt, whatever it is? Why? For what purpose am I holding on to this? Why am I keeping this? What if what I am keeping is a traumatic memory and I don't know why I am keeping it? Well, if you're keeping it, but you're not sure why you're keeping it, that brings us to some good questions. If I can't think of a good reason to keep it, is it okay to let it go? Because another question to ask yourself, what do I want to do with it? Do I want to hold on to it? Do I want to let it go? I haven't really told anyone, but it's a core event that has shaped my self-esteem, and I feel like you've found your final breakthrough. Or at least a really profound breakthrough. This is what you've been working towards. This is what you've been working up to. Your entire life has led you up to this moment. Because here's the thing, it's okay to hold on to something in a different way. Sometimes we can hold on to it a little bit more loosely. Maybe we don't need to hold it so closely and so tightly. Maybe we can appreciate it from a distance. Maybe we can acknowledge that it's there, but realize that it's not something we have to hold so close to ourselves. Maybe it's okay to just set it down over there for now, and we'll come back to it later. I'm very ashamed that this happened to me, and I feel like I deserved it. Best friend technique. Imagine it happened to somebody that you care about deeply. Imagine it happened to me. Imagine it happened to Cutie Cheeks. Imagine it happened to your best friend out there. Imagine it happened to somebody you really care about. Would you want them to feel ashamed about it? Would you want them to feel like they deserve it? The thing about holding on to things and letting go of things is that it can be a gradual process. You can let go of things slowly. I'm not saying you need to let go of things immediately. If this is something you've been holding on to for a long time, it might take a little bit of time to learn how to let it go. What I am saying though is that you don't need to white knuckle it. You don't need to hold on to it so tightly and keep it right here in front of you. It's okay to loosen your grip. It's okay to distance yourself from it a bit. It's still there. You can still feel it. You know it's around, but it's not right here, occupying all of your focus. If this happened to anyone else, I would want them to press charges against their abusers and find peace. How do you think it would make you feel if you did that? Imagine you did that. How do you think that would make you feel? Ask yourself, am I ready to let it go, or do I need time? Because it's okay to need more time to let something go. But again, remember, it's a gradual process. We're learning how to let it go. We can start off by not holding onto it so tightly. We don't need to, hang loose. What's a positive thought that I could replace this one with? If you're dealing with a negative thought, consider the alternatives. What's a way that I could reframe this? What's a way that I could put a positive spin on this? Maybe I could look at this a different way. Maybe in letting go of it a little bit, maybe in loosening my grip, I'm able to rotate it. I'm able to, if I hold on to the can and I squeeze it very tightly, I have a very narrow view of what I'm actually looking at. But in loosening my grip, I'm able to analyze it. I'm able to look at it from different perspectives, different angles. I'm able to study it because I'm a bit more detached from it. Same thing in your mind. We hold on to these beliefs. We hold them tightly. It gives us a fixed perspective on them. When we let them go, we can analyze them. We're still holding on to it. It's still there. It's still real. But I'm holding on to it a little less tightly so that I can get a better look at it. We hang on to our thoughts for a number of reasons. Sometimes in life we hang on to broken things in the hope that we will one day fix them. It's normal and healthy to reflect on your beliefs and to figure out what you want to do with them. Sugar Biscuit, you're not allowed to call yourself a moron anymore. If I catch yourself calling yourself dumb, ooh, you don't want to see me angry. If there's people that are bothering you that you don't want to have contact with, then don't contact them. It's as simple as that. Block them for the time being. If you have people in your life that are just incessantly bothering you, trying to contact you, and you don't want to contact them because contacting them makes you feel miserable, please block them. If they are not essential to your survival, why are they here? I can understand tolerating people who mistreat you because you might rely on them at this point in time. Maybe you live with them, maybe you're dependent on them in some way. But if you are an autonomous individual out on your own and you don't rely on this person to survive, and all they do is bring you suffering, why are you allowing that to happen? I was in the hospital and not thinking right, and yet you have the audacity to call yourself dumb because of that? You were in the hospital. You were very ill. Of course you weren't thinking clearly. So why are you judging your cognitive abilities based on how you were operating when you were very sick? That's not fair. She got mad that you were in the hospital and that my husband didn't call. It's like, well, you know, maybe if we felt comfortable calling you, we would call you more. The thing about having a relationship with people like that is, like, if they didn't frighten you off, you would be happy to have a relationship with them. If they didn't abuse and mistreat you, it's like, of course you would want to be around them. Like, what do you think the worst thing would happen? What do you think the worst thing would be if you were to just block them? If you were to just block them, what would be the worst thing that could happen? You're gonna show up at your door? They show up at your door? All right, let them knock. They refuse to go away? They keep pounding on your door? I'm gonna call the police. I get sent to jail? All right, well, if the person that we're talking about in this, like, the only person that you can go to jail for not talking to them is, like, a parole officer. Are you on parole? Is this a parole officer? And if you stop talking to them, you get sent to jail? When I was crying because my husband missed a week of work, she yelled, "Well, what do you want us to do?" So she interpreted that as you asking for money, when in reality it was you asking for emotional support because you were stressed. So don't get mad at yourself for her misunderstanding you. And then you were talking about how you were in the hospital, and she's like, well, actually, my hip's been really bothering me lately. I think I need to be in the hospital. It's like, why are you keeping this person around? This person is draining you mentally, emotionally. If I blocked them, they will not notice for a few months. Then they notice the stalking will begin. And that's when you contact the authorities. That's when you file a restraining order and say, I'm being stalked by this person. You can put a restraining order against a member of your family. You can put in a no contact order or a no trespassing order. And if they show up on your doorstep, commanding officers. Yeah, military structures are good at attaining obedience, but they are very toxic. There's not a lot of room for individual thought or free thinking or, you know, when you're in a military structure, you have to prioritize the military, what you have to do is for the good of the unit. They hurt us because they're jackasses. Yeah, it's like you see this. It's almost like the same thing that happens in a family. Like when you consider like grandparents, parents, children, grandchildren, you see this like generational trauma. It's like in the military, you see it's like, well, I remember my training and my training was terrible, so I'm going to make sure that the training is terrible for the next people that join. And then the cycle continues. Let me just ask you something, Sugar Biscuit. Why are you taking your, like, why are you not blocking a stalker? If somebody is literally stalking you, why allow them access? Why not prohibit that access? Can we set that boundary? Do we feel ready and comfortable to set that boundary? What I would encourage you to do is just give it a try and see how it feels. Just go ahead and hit that block button and then see where that takes you. You'll probably feel like a big load off. You might feel a little guilty because, you know, it's a complicated situation. But I think mostly what you'll feel is relief. You're the only family I have, and they treat you terribly. So that's not really family, if you ask me. Like, they don't give you that feeling that a family should give you, that feeling of being accepted and understood and welcomed and loved. It's like, no, they bring you stress and turmoil and self-doubt and shame. Family is a feeling, and you might not get that feeling from the people that are supposed to be your family. I think you deserve to be free of those people. I feel like your next stage of growth is one that you make away from those people. This next, I have a feeling. You know, you've talked about some of your goals before, and I really feel like your next stage of growth is getting out more, connecting more with other people, finding that sense of community, that sense of family, that sense of connection that you're looking for, and achieving an entirely new level of like self-awareness and self-understanding. And I think part of what's holding you back is letting go of those painful connections that are still there from the past. I block them, then I start feeling alone and like I've done something wrong. I'm gonna be straight up with you. The only thing that I would say is wrong here is not blocking them sooner. The only reason why you're blocking them is because they deserve to be blocked. They just straight up neglect us, play favorites, mock us, and fuck us over because they find it funny. That's the military for you. I would say that not only should you block them, but you deserve to block them. At least for now, at least temporarily, just to have some peace. You know? Just to not have to worry about somebody trying to blow up your phone so that they can make you feel bad. Because you know the only reason that they're going to call you is to make you feel bad. The only reason that they're going to call you is because they need access to their emotional punching bag. They had a bad day at work. They got into a fight with their spouse. You know, they spilled a glass of milk. Time to take it out on the emotional punching bag. So do yourself a favor and revoke that privilege. Revoke the privilege of unfettered access to you. Oh, Cutie Cheeks is crushing it today. Cutie Cheeks is accomplishing all those goals. Cutie Cheeks, once you start, you're not gonna stop. It's like you're gonna have the cleanest house on the street. You're gonna be like, damn, I did a good job. I got 3 voicemails just yelling hello today. I have no idea what that was about. It's one of those moments where you go, huh, that was weird. And then you go on about your day. You just go on about life. That's what I like to do. If there's just a mystery that I don't really care to solve, like, huh, where did that come from? How'd that happen? Like, huh, that was weird. Anyway. Alright, it's time for some emotional clearance. It's time for some emotional clearance. We're putting things on markdown. We're getting ready to let some things go. It's time for some mental restructuring. Imagine your mind as a giant store. Like, what was I cooking with this one? I'm sure I cooked, don't get me wrong, because I'm a pretty good cook. But I'm like, okay, where was I going with this one? Imagine your mind as a giant store. Each one of your thoughts is an item on the shelf. Everything that you've experienced, everything that you know, everything you believe, it's all there. And it's all on the shelf. It's all taking space. Now ask yourself, which of these items am I ready to put on sale? Which of these items am I ready to put on clearance? They gotta go. Which ones are we putting on markdown? Which ones are past their expiration date? Which ones are starting to get moldy? Which ones are starting to get stinky? Do you have any thoughts lingering that are past their expiration date? Which ones are you having a hard time letting go of? It is normal and healthy to continually assess your thoughts and beliefs. You know, view your beliefs as things, as objects. They are a tangible thing. I need to try to look at these from a non-biased outside perspective so that I can be more objective with myself and recognize what should I keep, what should I let go of. What if those individuals don't support education? That sounds like willful ignorance to me. We learn things every single day. Every single day is full of learning opportunities, and so I will never understand the anti-education mindset. Like, that just sets you up for pain and failure. Always be learning. Can we just burn down the store and claim the insurance? Yes, but then you have to rebuild the store, and that can take a lot of time and effort, and it might bring up some unexpected challenges along the way. Some people do it, some people do that, and some people commit to that process. And then what you realize in sifting through the ashes is that, damn, this object was fireproof. It survived the inferno. It's still here. If I wanted to write out some of my memories and feelings I want to let go of, can I do that on the peer support on the Discord? Sure, you could. What you could also do is write them out onto slips of paper and then burn them. I find that to be a helpful little exercise. You know, it's one of the things Casey and I did on New Year's, is we wrote things that we were letting go of on little slips of paper, and then we burnt them. So that was one of the things that we did on the New Year's, and one of the things I wrote was I wrote down self-doubt. I wrote down resentment. And I gave it to the flame. I let it go. It was a nice symbolic gesture. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing to consider. When it comes to letting go of things in your mind, or in your life even, it's good to treat letting things go with ritual significance. We want to treat this as a gesture of our commitment to ourselves. We want to treat this as something profound and meaningful. I used to do this with a bunch of friends on a pizza box. Now that sounds like a win-win. You get a pizza party and you get a ritual to let go of things. The reason why ritual significance is important in letting things go is because it doesn't really feel that satisfying to just let things go absent-mindedly. Like you wake up one morning and you're just having a cup of coffee and you're like, you know what? I think I'm gonna let go of that trauma today. I think I'm just over it. I'm just gonna do it right now. Let's just get it out of the way. It's like, sometimes just, doing an act to really signify the letting go, like writing it down on a slip of paper and then shredding it or burning it, or something like that can be a really great way to symbolize the gesture. And that's a really important concept because it really adds to the significance of the action. Babe. Oh, yeah. If you need to put it away, just push right here. Be careful with that.
Open it up again.
Careful with that. A blowtorch? No. No, there might be one in the garage, but I don't know. Get into the habit of asking yourself, is this a thought I want to keep, or is it one that I want to let go of? You know, just get in, if you can get into making this a habit, if you just do this repeatedly, it becomes second nature, and then you become better at like identifying the quality of your thoughts and determining if it's something that I want to let linger or if I want to let it go. You know, so whenever you are faced with a thought, just take a moment to ask yourself, am I putting this in the keep pile, or am I putting this in the it's gotta go pile? Is it snowing there yet? No? No, we actually aren't getting any snow yet. It looks like it's, it might have been a little drizzly, but they said we were supposed to get snow. We're in a major winter storm zone. I don't think we're in the worst of it necessarily, but maybe. We might get some ice. It's gonna be worse out in, like, Virginia and Kentucky, like, or Tennessee and Kentucky. It looks like Tennessee and Kentucky are gonna get, Tennessee and Kentucky look like they're gonna get blasted. Arkansas, right in the middle of it. I'm about right here. So we might get a little bit. Where are we at right now? Cloudy. Okay, so now it's not gonna light freezing rain until tonight, and then it's gonna freezing rain all night, and then it's gonna snow. Okay, so that's now what's going on. We might not get snow until 5 a.m. 90? Okay, yeah, we got 100% chance. 100% chance. Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna be getting some snow. Right now we're getting a wintry mix. Yeah, right now it's still just cloudy. Okay, it looks like we're about to get dumped on. Should put a tarp out on the ground so you can lift up afterwards so Penny doesn't have to shit in the cold snow. You know, that's not a bad idea. I'll probably do that after stream. I'll go lay out a tarp. Keep a patch of grass for those dogs. You can put Vaseline on dogs' paws to help them. No, I'm gonna get. We have tile everywhere, so we would get little greasy footprints. We'd be getting little greasy dog footprints all over everything is what would end up happening. Gonna get 0.1 inches of snow. Oh, that's not fun. That's not a fun amount of snow. You have a paw wax? We have a thing of paw wax as well. When you let go of unhelpful thoughts, your mind becomes clearer and less stressed. When you clear out some of those unhelpful thoughts and you make some room in your mind, what this does is it opens up room for you to focus on your priorities, the things that are most important to you in your life. It allows you to think about what areas of your life are requiring your emotional energy. Do you feel balanced? Do you feel like certain things might be draining to you? Do you feel like you have... Because there are things in your life that are going to drain you emotionally, and there are things that are going to uplift you and give you that charge emotionally. You want to balance those things. You know, just getting emotionally charged isn't very satisfying. We also like to have that drain. It's like we like to keep it balanced. Give and take. Just think about if it would be helpful to you to redistribute your energy. You know, are certain things that we're holding on to, certain things we're doing or thinking about, are those draining to us? Can we let those go? Can we free up some of that energy and put it more into other things? These two questions are good for, and these are questions that we do all the time, and it's part of learning how to navigate, finding out where you are, and then finding out where you want to go. And so when it comes to your self-perception, you know, your concept of yourself, we want to figure out, how do I feel about myself right now? And how do I want to feel about myself? And then a little bit of visualization. This is kind of a visualization exercise. You know, imagining or envisioning yourself slightly improved, a little bit of progress, a little bit further ahead. What sort of things have they overcome? How do they feel about themselves? By connecting with that version of ourselves, when we learn to think more like that version of ourselves, we get one step closer to becoming that person. I have a question for you regarding agoraphobia. Is agoraphobia something that you can get over by staying at home? You can do a lot of things from the comfort of your own home, but is getting over agoraphobia one of those things? I've been able to realistically imagine a future better self since my attempt. Can't see it realistically happening anymore. That's because it doesn't feel possible until you realize that it is possible. This is a natural response to feeling the way that you're feeling, is you feel that hopelessness. You feel like it is not possible. It cannot happen. And we were talking earlier about how proving yourself wrong is an essential part of healing. You have to recognize that there are some things that I think and believe and feel that just aren't true. And naturally, we try to avoid feeling wrong because feeling wrong feels bad. But in this case, being wrong about yourself is actually a relief. Even if it can happen at this point, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. Well, yeah, because you have to build up that worth. The worth will come in time. Don't worry. The worth will be there. You'll get there. The worth doesn't exist right now. I mean, it's there, but it's something you have to learn to recognize. That's just depression talking, brother. I find it helpful when I hear depression talking to listen to the opposite of what depression is trying to say. How can I figure out what my priorities are with how many different things I partake in? I feel like I can't choose which things to focus on. You know, maybe writing them out, maybe coming up with a list, and then maybe breaking down that list and narrowing it down a little bit and figuring out, like, these are all the things I'm working on. These are the ones that are still a priority, but not as big of a priority, and maybe just try to sit down and just crunch the numbers a little bit. A little bit of emotional math. Well, if you're bad at math like me, then all math is emotional, but still. It's like taking inventory, you know, figuring out your priorities. Sometimes it helps to, you know, just sit down, write them out. These are all the things I want to get done. These are all the things I want to do. What are my top 3? Let's narrow it down a little bit. Let's go top 3. All right. This one, obviously. That's one of them. I'm not so sure. Maybe this one? And let's say this one. Yeah, that'll be top 3. That feels fine. Actually, these other 2 are pretty important, so maybe let's do a top 5. Yeah, do 5. Do your top 5. Then narrow it down, you know. Think out the pros and cons. I mean, why work hard for a maybe possible good future when giving up is just so much easier? Because giving up is cringe. And we don't want to be cringe. I'm joking, mostly. No, you only fail when you give up. The only failure to be had is when we quit. Right now, you're in a position where there is a possibility of a better future, and I would say that that possibility is probably higher than you realize right now, just given your perspective on things, given where you're at right now. It makes sense to feel like, well, why is it worth it? Why continue? Let me tell you that when you do get there, because you will get there if you continue to work on it, it will happen. When you do get there, it will be even better than you imagined. So right now you have an idea of what it could possibly be like, but you're looking at it from a place of sadness. You're looking at a place of hopelessness. And so that better future is going to be even better than you could even possibly comprehend right now, because you're just not there right now. You're not where you're trying to get. So let me just say, don't give up. Keep going. It will be worth the work. I'm gonna keep trying even if I am slow. Slow and steady wins the race. The thing about making positive changes for yourself in your life and working towards a better life is that the people around you will notice an improvement within you before you notice. It's not until you typically make a significant amount of progress that you actually recognize that progress. But the people you care about, the people who know you best, they will notice. They will notice that you're a little bit more uplifted. You're smiling more. You're more present. And they're going to be happy for it. They're going to be happy for you. That's mental decluttering. That is mental decluttering. That's an older presentation. Yeah, this is one of my... Still, a fun one. I feel like that's a fun little mental exercise to do. I'll do a little bit of tidying up. I'm overdue for a decluttering of my closet. That's one of the things that I've vowed to do after the start of the year, is go through my drawers, go through my closet, and to let go of all the stuff that I have not worn in years. I enjoyed this presentation and learned a lot. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Don't mind me, I just needed a little stretch. Experiencing the other end of that wasn't fun. The people around realizing how bad it had gotten before I did. And that's also the way that it happens. It's easier to notice changes in other people than it is to notice changes in ourselves. It's kind of like the frog in the pot of water. It's like they don't notice that it's slowly getting hotter because they're acclimated to it. It's kind of like that. We don't notice changes in ourselves as readily as we notice changes in other people. Well, let me just say, even if it takes until you're 80 years old, it's worth it. Even if it takes you to 80 years old to finally start loving life, it's still worth it. It's that good. But it doesn't necessarily have to take until you're 80. But some people wait that long. Steve Adelli, thank you for the Prime sub. If you'd like a copy of that presentation, yeah, I'll post that one in the Discord. Waiting till 80 sounds miserable. Yeah, a lot of people do it. Something that a lot of people don't think about is elder mental health. A lot of people find themselves very late in life realizing that I haven't been genuine with myself. I haven't been focusing on my priorities. I've been living for other people. I've been caring too much about what other people think about me. I have been too critical of myself. You know, a lot of people don't realize until they are in the later stages of their life that maybe I should lighten up a little bit. Squibble Wibble, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, we're hype training right now, too. That's excellent news. I'm gonna post the presentation here in the Discord. If you'd like a copy of those slides, these ones are pretty fun because this one's got like some good thought prompts. It's got some good questions. You know, if you're having a hard time letting go of thoughts, I feel like it's got some good stuff to it. So yeah, this could be a good one to... This one's kind of like a meditative exercise. Been downloading and hoarding them all. Nice. Another opportunity, like a potential future opportunity, and this isn't just for you. This is something that could go for anybody here. If you have lived experience with a mental health condition, whether it be trauma, depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, anything, and you've been able to work on it, you've learned a lot of coping skills, and you're feeling, pretty good about how you're handling it. One of the most important positions in the mental health world is that of a peer support specialist. These are individuals who, it doesn't require a degree. The only requirement is that you have lived experience with a mental illness. These are some of the most helpful and grounded people that you will find in mental health treatment. They help to run groups. They do community exercises. They, can partner up with people and, review literature like this. It's a fantastic way to turn your struggles into something beautiful. You're taking all of that hardship and you are helping people. You are taking all those things you had to learn how to do, and you are helping other people to do those things. It's a beautiful thing. Who are these people? It's called a peer support specialist. In Missouri, you can actually become certified as a peer support specialist. So they have like training that they'd have you do. But in general, a peer support specialist is someone who has lived experience. You have been through situations that are similar to those that you are supporting. And research has shown that access to peer support specialists is very good for a person's prognosis. It's really helpful for people who are receiving treatment to talk to people who have been through it. So just imagine the satisfaction that could come from helping other people to get through what you went through. Think about how beautiful of a way to rewrite your narrative, to take power over your trauma, than to take that and to turn it into helping other people improve their lives. It sounds a bit dangerous to put a bunch of people contemplating death in a room together. Not everybody who is mentally ill is actively suicidal. That's a bit of a misconception. But here's the thing. Actually talking to people about suicidal thoughts actually helps people to become less suicidal. Feeling like you can connect with people and talk to them about it actually reduces the likelihood that they will follow through with it and commit suicide. It's not talking about it, it's overlooking it, it's dismissing it, it's trying to ignore it that actually makes it worse. Talking to somebody who is suicidal when you are suicidal can actually help both of them, if done in a supportive environment. We want to make sure that there's some structure to this. It's not just there's a misconception about suicide that's like we shouldn't talk about it because we feel like it's going to remind people that that's a thing and that that can happen. And we don't want to give any people any ideas. It's like, oh no, believe me, people are already having those ideas. And it is through talking about them that we are able to heal from those things. It would have been really nice to talk to one of those people the first time I was on the mental ward. And just imagine you're talking to somebody who it's their first time receiving mental health treatment, but they have you to talk to. And you can say, you know what, when I was in your position, I really wish, I had somebody to talk to. And that's why I'm doing this, because I want to be there for people who are going through what I went through. Just imagine the compassion. Imagine the understanding. Not being able to talk about what if my family created such a rift, right? Like, if you are hurting that badly and you feel like you can't talk about it, especially to the people that it's like, who else are you supposed to talk about it? If not your family, your therapist? It's like, all right, well, you have to get a therapist. You have to pay for that. It really blows my mind that there are so many families who are just like, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about it. It's like, who else are you supposed to talk to about it if not your family? Like, I thought that family was supposed to be the people that you could talk to about anything. It might be better now, hard to tell. Let me just say that if you are considering that it might be better, odds are it probably is better. We just might not notice it fully yet, but that tends to come with time. In my childhood, it felt like being suicidal was a crime. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Yeah. It is getting easier to talk about. Absolutely. There was a lot of stigma around the idea of suicide. It was almost like a forbidden word. It was like saying, it's like saying Voldemort's name. It's like, oh no, you can't say that word. Something that impacts me every day. If it's something that impacts you every day, then it is something that is deserving of being talked about. If the people in your life aren't able to give you the support that you need, recognize that it might not be because they don't want to, maybe they just don't know how. Dealing with that kind of stuff is difficult. It's stressful. Not everybody's cut out for it. And while it would be nice to receive all of that support that we need from our family, we don't always get that help that we need. We don't always get that assistance that we're looking for. And so that's why professionals exist. That's why people who are specially trained to help with that kind of stuff. That's why we exist. Now I shut the fuck up. It sucks. I feel horrible. From my understanding, that tends to be the procedure within a military structure is it's not a problem unless somebody decides to talk about it. And in talking about it, you have created a problem. You know what I mean? And that's a really shitty position to be in. Because you feel like you're the problem for talking about a problem, even though the problem is real, the problem exists, you are the problem by talking about it. That's abuse. That's what abusive parents do. That's what manipulative, abusive partners do. That's not healthy. But the military isn't a healthy structure. The military is there to break you down. It's not there to build you up. I know that they like to use the catchphrases in the military, be all you can be, discover your true self. That's a bunch of bullshit. They want to file you down to a nub so that they can shape you how they want to. I feel like a lot of non-mental health officials are more so offended that you'd be ungrateful for being alive without at least repaying that debt by making twins first. Ugh. I'm just not a fan of that mindset of like... It reminds me of like people feeling like babies are guilty of sin. You know what I mean? Like there are people out there walking around that think that, you know, if you're an unbaptized baby, you're going to hell. Because we're all born with sin, we're all sinners. It's like... It's party pooper mentality. My ex always hits me up around Christmas, but then bails on the date. This is 2 years in a row. We have not been talking otherwise. I realize this might be a random link-up. What do you think causes him to do this? Does he just want to see if I am single or what? The timing is weird. It probably has something to do with his relationship to Christmas. You know, the holiday season. He probably, you know, gets lonely because a lot of people get lonely around that time of year, and maybe he feels like you're a person that he could potentially link up with just to not feel alone. So I think that's what it's about. He just feels like, well, let's just give it a chance, see what's out there. The holidays are an emotional amplifier, so if somebody is feeling lonely or disconnected, they're going to feel especially lonely and disconnected around the holidays. It amplifies all of your emotions, good and bad. I've been living in this fucked up situation for the past year. I'm scared to leave. I've grown so used to this reality, I think it did some damage and I don't know if I'll be able to go back to normal life. You're getting too far ahead of yourself right now. We don't know what's left for the entirety of the rest of our life. We've got our whole life ahead of us. When you're stuck in a fucked up situation though, it does make it hard to look beyond it. You know, you're caught in a fog and you can't really look past the fog until after you leave it. Is it better to try fully adjusting to this life or try to go back to the way I was before everything happened? I'm going to say neither of those things. We're going to go with a secret third option that is, the only way out is through. You don't have to give in to this fucked up situation. You can find a new way, but it's also not returning to yourself. It's finding a new version of yourself. One that can set better boundaries, one that has more self-esteem, one that looks out for one's best interests, one that's okay with saying no. We don't want to be our old self because our old self was what got us into this mess. We want to be our new self. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Breakthrough like the Kool-Aid Man? Oh yeah! If you are scared to leave a situation, that's probably a good sign that leaving the situation is what is in your best interest. You know, if you're in a bad situation, it's up to you to get yourself out of it. It's going to be up to you to navigate out of that situation. So what does that look like? You're trying to steer yourself out of this situation. You're trying to escape the fog. And you're looking out for the rocks. You're trying not to trip. Just keep focusing on that next step. Figure out the direction that you want to head in and head in that direction. you'll be able to go back to a normal life. Absolutely. Worry about that when you get there, though. Right now, your focus is on getting out of the situation I'm in. My psychologist gave up on me. Am I fucked? Nah. Lots of people become psychologists not really understanding just what they're getting into. You know? Nah. Because the thing to remember is that not every psychologist can treat everyone. I can't treat everyone. I can't help everyone. Nobody is that good. Nobody is that flexible, because sometimes there are just things that are just not going to mesh up. You're just not going to be the right fit for this person. Keep working on it. Find another one. Find one that works for you. Find one that knows what to do to help you. What are some good strategies for dealing with anxiety attacks? I have two for you. The first one, big, deep breaths. When you do big, deep breaths, in through your nose, hold it, slowly let it out of your mouth. Couple of those, you'll be feeling better immediately. The reason why that works is because there are nerve endings in your lungs that are connected to your sympathetic nervous system, your parasympathetic nervous system, and your somatic nervous system. All of the different parts of your nervous system are connected to your lungs. It is both an automatic and a manual process. When you shift that gear into manual, you can take control of that signal that it is sending to the rest of your body. There are nerve endings for your sympathetic nervous system and your parasympathetic nervous system. These are both automatic nervous systems. You don't manually control either of these. But in breathing deeply and slowly, you activate the relaxation part of your nervous system. That's your parasympathetic nervous system. You make that switch from anxiety to relaxation through your breath. Another great way to handle anxiety attacks is to ground yourself. Instead of thinking about your thoughts, instead of focusing on what's stressing you out, put yourself into your body. Do some body scanning. Do some body awareness. What can I see right now? What are 5 things that I can see? What are some things around me? What can I touch? What can I feel? What are some things that I'm hearing? Is there anything that I can taste? Is there a lingering taste in my mouth? How about smell? Is there anything I can smell? Redirecting your attention into your senses is a great way to redirect your anxiety. It kind of overrides those anxious thoughts. I don't know why breathing exercises stress me out. If you're just starting practicing them, if you haven't practiced them much, then it can make you stressed out. And it's kind of because shifting from automatic to manual in breathing is a little bit stressful. Because you're like, oh my God, I'm in control. I have to keep breathing. If I don't keep breathing, I'm gonna not be breathing, and that's bad. It's okay. You can go, realistically, you can go a few minutes without a breath and be just fine, so. Don't feel like you have to breathe quickly. Take your time with those bad boys. Big, deep, satisfying breaths. One of the things that I encourage you to do is on the exhale, give a sound of relaxation. What do you sound like when you're relaxed? You know, you take a sip of a nice cold drink on a summer day, or maybe you slip into a warm bath and you kind of go, ah. All right, this one's for grown-ups. Hi, I think I might have a problem. I think I have an addiction to masturbating. A few months ago, I bought a vibrator as a joke, and I used it one day when I was really stressed, and since then I can't stop. The hormone rush helps relieve my anxiety and stress, but I think I've developed an addiction because there are days when I'm more stressed and I masturbate 3 times. Is this bad for me? I mean, is it getting in the way of the other things that you need to do? Alright, here's the thing. Just being real, just letting you know, it's okay to do it. But we want to make sure it's not our only coping skill. It's a good coping skill. It's a great stress reliever. It gives you a rush of feel-good hormones, and it can help to uplift your mood if you're feeling stressed. That's not bad. That's inherently okay. But if we become over-reliant on it, it can start to create some problems for us. Because if we become overly dependent on any type of coping mechanism, whether it's this or whether it's drinking or whether it's playing video games, it's like if we only have one coping skill that we lean on, first off, it's going to start to lose its effectiveness over time. And second off, it's going to become interfering because we will need to drop whatever it is we're doing to go do this thing. It doesn't bother me at all. I like it, but I feel like there has to be something wrong, and also I feel a little bad, like dirty. Alright, we've all done it. We've all been there. I would say that if it's not interrupting your life, if you're still able to get done what you need to get done, that's not a bad thing. They say that doing it regularly is actually, it can be good for your health. At least they say that for, I would say that for everybody, sure. Sure, why not? It's good. But you can have too much of a good thing. If all you do is eat ice cream, eventually you're going to get sick of ice cream, and then you're going to be stressed because you've got nothing else to de-stress you when you're tired of eating ice cream. So what I would say is, it's fine to do, but just be balanced about it. You know, don't become overly reliant on it. Make sure you've got other tools in your toolbox to de-stress when you're feeling stressful. I would also encourage you to maybe save this as a stress reduction technique when all else fails. That's what I would suggest, because what if you're out in public and you're stressed? What are you going to do? Drive home? I would say that this is a good stress reduction technique, but it's also one that we need to be mindful of. It's like, maybe I should save it. Maybe I should save it in case nothing else works. I feel like we should try other things first before going back on old reliable. Yeah, you don't need to feel that shame about it, though. It's like everybody does it. And the people who go out of their way to make other people feel ashamed for doing it, they're the ones doing it the most. Guaranteed, they're the ones doing it the most, those gooners. It's just like those, you know, the the most vocally anti-gay politicians are always the ones that are secretly gay themselves. You know, they're always the ones getting caught in the airport bathroom. So I can guarantee the ones who are most vocal about, you know, you feeling a sense of shame for this, those are the ones probably doing it the most. Balance in all things. Balance in all things, even this. It's a great stress reliever. And I think that our bodies are wired that way on purpose. We know we need something that's reliable to help reduce our stress. But if we overuse that tool, it can start to lose its effectiveness. And so that's why I would encourage you to have as many tools as possible in your toolbox, and then have this one, you know, in case of emergency, you know, and when everything else isn't working. The old fallback. Remember the RNC caused Grindr servers to collapse? Oh, it's true. It's so funny. It's so funny. Whenever the Republican National Convention happened in Milwaukee, there were so many people logged in on Grindr, which is an anonymous gay hookup app. Servers crashed. They were overloaded at the RNC. And that's really funny. Hypocrite Central. Yeah. Yep. The thing about a hypocrite is that sometimes a hypocrite is just a person in the process of changing. And so sometimes, you know, we want to show people grace and compassion when they have been a hypocrite. But, you know, you gotta be mindful of these long-standing patterns. Yeah, Lindsey Graham. Self-proclaimed lifelong bachelor Lindsey Graham. Suddenly I'm starving and shaking. Just ordered food, but wish I could realize this sooner. Like, are you already done celebrating your W of cleaning up and your you're already done commemorating that W and you're already moving back into beating yourself up again? Haven't you earned a break? You know, if you wish you could have realized it sooner, maybe you could set a daily timer for yourself that just says lunch. You know, set a daily alarm. It's like, oh, time to eat. Well, time for a snack. I'm telling you, do that or write it out on a post-it note and just put it somewhere. Draw a picture of food on a post-it note. Penny, what are you barking at, girl? See, this is what I need you to do. I need you to draw a picture of a taco on a sticky note and then stick it to your computer monitor. Oh yeah, it's taco time. People will be like, why is there a picture of a taco stuck to your computer monitor? It's like, it's there to remind me to eat. It's a visual cue. When I asked the AI for a realistic photo of an ink pen drawing of a taco on a post-it note, what I find interesting is these tacos all look the same. This one's very drippy. That's a wet taco. Also, that's a huge post-it note, and it's right in the middle of the monitor. And what the hell is this thing? I like the Adobe Photoshop in the background, though. That's good. It's like a stylus, but it also is like the ending is way too big. Also, what is this? A jar of cheese? Like, what is this back here? Just a random jar of yellow on your desk? It's good for the tacos. I like that this one is physically clipped to the monitor. That's funny. It's just... Oh, okay. Also, I like that the pen has the clip on the handle. That's brilliant. This one's not bad. This one's all right. So I'd say we got two okay ones. This one and this one. This one is confusing. This one is even more confusing. Let's do it with pizza. I like how it features pins in all of them to prove it was done with one. And you know why that is because that's what human artists do. Human artists post their ink pen drawings and then they're like, this is the pen I drew it with. It's just sitting there next to it. You see it all the time in art posts. Like, that's where the AI learned it from. It learned it from us. Where did you learn how to do this? I learned it from you, Dad. This is a very detailed slice of pizza. What if we did a ink pen? Or how about we did a childish amateur ink pen drawing? What if we made it a little bit more, you know, amateur? What if we tried to make it a little bit less? Let's just do amateur. Let's do an amateur ink pen drawing. Let's see if it makes it worse. No, that didn't. It somehow made it better. Unskilled? How can I make it draw pizza badly? I'm trying to figure out how to make it draw pizza like shit. These all look great! Poorly drawn They're even better. They're somehow even better. Simplistic line art cartoon. I'm throwing all of the adjectives at you. If I get a well-drawn piece of pizza, I'm done. What the fuck is this shit? It's got shoelaces. It's got an aux cord. Plug me into that pizza, brother. It only knows how to draw good pieces of pizza. Ink pen drawing of a piece of pizza drawn by a kindergartner. Give me a poorly drawn piece of pizza. My favorite part about this one is that they used a... they literally pinned it to the monitor. Pizza! Pizza. AI doesn't know how to do bad art. All right, humans, don't worry. Don't worry, humans. We're not going to get replaced anytime soon because the AI doesn't know how to make bad art. So we just need to keep doing what we're doing and keep drawing things as if they were drawn by children, and we'll be fine. See, look, the AI can't do it, but look what I can do. Look what I can do. Where's my mouse? Okay. I have my sunglasses on, so I couldn't see that tiny mouse cursor. Let's do a big fat marker. Look at this. Pizza. See, I can do it. The AI can't do that. Suck on that, robot. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you all for believing in me that I could make that happen. Pizza. It just keeps giving me better and better looking pizzas. Also, they all have pepperoni by default. Can I make it bad if I am just... Maybe the fault is not of the AI, maybe the fault is of me. Maybe I'm just not describing it correctly. No, that's... I said, give me a rough triangle with rough circles on it, and it gave me this. Like, alright, show off. I could put badly drawn. It doesn't do anything. Look, badly drawn. Badly drawn doesn't help. The AI doesn't know how to be bad. That's only for humans to do. That's our specialty. The AI is not good at bad art. So, thankfully, we're safe. We're safe. You know, bad art, the AI can't do that yet. This is not CCTV footage. I'm looking for... I want a man eating way too much pizza. This is kind of funny, though. Everybody's just like, yeah, get it. He's like, oh my god, this is way too much pizza. Ah! One of my favorite usage of AI technology is to make fake security camera footage. I like the wooden bowl full of burritos in the back. That's a nice touch. Oh my god, he's just crying, dripping sauce. Like, oh my god, I don't know what I got myself into. Ah! I wish I were these men. I wish I was these men too. I wish my problem was I have too much pizza to eat. Not a bad place to be. This one decided to get meta with itself. It's like, what? Why are they like, they're watching security camera footage? Okay. All right, buddy. Bad crayon drawing of pizza on a post-it note. Okay, maybe that's what I needed to do. I needed crayon. I think crayon is the key. One of my favorite things, if I need a laugh to generate, is a realistic photo of an annual eating contest, but you can make people eating pretty much anything. What should I make them eat? The last one I did for this was the annual marble eating competition. Boot, that's a good one. The annual boot eating contest. Boots and tires, those are good options. I need to reword this a little bit. Realistic photo of the contestants at an annual leather. Actually, let's do tires. Tire eating contest. Gravel. Gravel is fun. Concrete is fun. It's just like it generates people like, oh, just like eating handfuls of concrete. I like that it decided to give them one gigantic tire and they're eating it as a team. In front of Trump Tower in Las Vegas, apparently. Alright, this will be the last one. Realistic highlight photos from the annual toxic waste eating content. Now this is bizarre and unasked for. Alright, we'll do one more. We'll do gold coins. Realistic photo from the annual gold coin eating contest. This is horrible. I know. Sometimes the AI will make things that are horror, man-made horror, AI-made horrors beyond our comprehension. I need to get a little more specific. Lava. Unsafe image content detected. Oh, they got me at lava. Let's do cell phone. I like that one. It wouldn't let me do lava, so we'll do one more. We'll do cell phones. I just want one more good one. What is she eating? It's not a cell phone. This is nightmare fuel. Why is it on a pile of pancakes? I'm terrified. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. All right, everybody. Time for the annual cell phone eating contest. This is horrifying. This is actually horrifying. Oh my god. It's like an Aphex Twin video. I like the burgers with phones in them. Hold on, I'm gonna be even more specific. I'm gonna do one more. One more and then I gotta go. Yeah, babe. Oh no, I forgot. I could find something else for us to use. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'm about to be finished. I'll come. See, now this is something more along the lines of what I'm looking for. This is kind of what I was in the market for at the cell phone eating contest. Just like... This is great. Now this is just bizarre. They're not even eating the phones, they're eating pasta. And this is just a woman eating a bowl of cereal. Okay, I know I said that was the last one, but I'm gonna do one more before I go, because I just can't help myself. The annual toy car eating contest. Oh, these are all so unsettling. Now this I don't understand at all. Alright, this has given me a lot to think about. This has given me a lot to think about. This is a great use of free will. Well, apparently free will doesn't exist, and I'm doing this predetermined. Apparently. Alright, we got one more question that just popped up in the box, so we're going to take this before we head on out. This is a bit of an odd question, but how do I get over being socially shy over the internet? Haha. For example, I would love to chat more in your chat and Casey's, but I get really shy. The most I can do is emotes, and even then I feel shy. I think a good way to get used to it is, you know, if you're trying to engage more with people, you know, and you see people engaging in emote spam, spam along with them. Just be a part of the moment. Just be a part of that energy. Just get that spam going. Quick, everybody spam chat so we'll have no idea who it is. Another way to kind of get more social in a chat is just start responding to people. If somebody says something funny, you know, respond to them with a laughing emote. You know, let them know that what they said was funny. Or if you agree with what they say, just say, I agree with that. Or if they make a good point, just say good point. Sometimes that's all it comes down to. It's nothing too difficult. It can be pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I think the big thing here is just getting over overthinking. You know, we're thinking too much about what people are going to think about what we say or how it's going to be received. But in reality, in situations like this, you know, chat flows pretty consistently. And it's like, I don't think anybody gets too hung up on any one message that gets said. So as long as you're just, you know, being friendly, you got nothing to worry about. How's everyone doing? Oh, Donovan, how's it going? Oh, we're doing all right. It's going all right. I'm about to hop off actually because it's almost dinner time and I'm gonna get cooking. But I am gonna go do some. I'm gonna go hang out with Casey and see what she's doing. She wanted to play some Silent Hill 2. So we're gonna play the Silent Hill 2 remake. We're gonna be doing that. We're gonna... All of the couch co-op requesters, where are you? Where are all the couch co-op requesters now? So yeah, I'm gonna go make dinner. I'm gonna do a little bit of gaming. I'm gonna see if Casey needs help with putting her cat house together. But that'll be it for now. That'll be it. I already watched someone play that. Well, I mean, you haven't watched us play it, so, you know, you might be in for a treat. Dadfrod kind of already built it. Oh, good. He was able to help her. All right, nice. So it's already mostly built and put together. That's sweet. I'm excited to go see how it turned out. All right, everybody. I'm going to go hang out with Casey, so I'm going to raid into her. Go see what she's doing. I will see you all soon if you're gonna stick around and hang out. If not, I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, you know, take good care of yourself. Show yourself some kindness. Check us out in the Discord. And I'll see you all next time. All right, everybody, have a great night. See ya. You know, I've always felt like I need to make that transition is so quick. Whenever I click it, it's always like, bye. I think I need to slow it down a little bit. I think I need to... I'll fix it later. He just got here, looking forward to the stream. Oops! Yeah, we're gonna go look at the cat house. Play Silent Hill 2.